Linoleum hums beneath the buzz of a tube light sky. I'm the dome shining pilot watching the player count die. Don't bother looking for a schedule pinned on the wall. I'm consistent in the wreckage, catching your mental fall. Keep your eyes on the vitals, the server's heartbeat is flat. I'm the doctor of the lobby, you're just the mice in the rat. Remember the era where the stories were carved in the deep. Carved in the deep. Before the lore was a ransom that nobody wanted to keep. Nobody wanted to keep. The golden age shattered, now we're kneeling in gray. Kneeling in gray. Scraping at the marrow, turning iron into decay. The foundation is termite, the legacy sold for a scrap. And I'm pulling you deeper into this digital trap. I'm rotating Kudlon's warrior axe in the void, watching the horizon get slowly and quietly destroyed. The paradox burning attacks on a ghost of a dream, while I hemorrhage my time for the sake of a dead genre stream. It's a fool's errand hacking at pixels that rot in the cold, while the story's been written, bought off, and eventually sold. Strapping to the monitors, glazed and dilated for weeks. Listen to the static whistling through the hardware leaks. I'm the keeper of the silence, flipping the switch on the show, feeding you content just to watch where the resentment will grow. There's no cure for the craving, no escape from the war, just the sound of the metal when the axe meets the digital board. Disconnecting the feed, let the terminal blink into white. No applause for the ending, no dawn for the end of the night. Just a mirror reflecting the light on a forehead of shame. A nameless commander playing a rigged and impossible game. The servers are cooling, the patients are back in the bed. The stream stops bleeding, but the story is already dead.
What up, fuckers? How you doing? God damn it. I got screwed over a little bit yesterday, but you know what? I got shit back up and running today. So you know what? All is good. Everything is good right now. Green Sky Wizard, if you need to miss the first fucking 20 streams, you go ahead and you do it, bud. You do whatever you need to do. You go live your life. I promise nothing important is happening here that's more important than anything in your life. What if you just made your own power grid with blackjack and hookers? I tried. What do you think the solar system and the fucking batteries in my house are for? And you know what the worst part about it is? They keep on surging them and destroying my batteries. It's driving me nuts. God damn it. Right, so I got some announcements for you today. Some shit that's happening. I have signed a deal with the devil because I've got bills to pay. And trying to get a job has been fucking nightmarish. I have sent out so many fucking CVs and job applications and all of that shit, and it's not working. It's not working. I feel like I'm burning hours of my life doing nothing and not getting anywhere, and you just keep on getting responses like, yeah, no, we don't hire whites anymore, and shit like that. So they're like, yeah, no, get the fuck out of here, bud. So I've had to sign a deal with the devil. I'm telling you about this now. The reason I'm telling you this is because it's going to result in two things. Thing number one that it's going to result in is hopefully more streams, because now I have to treat this more like a job. And thing number two is we're going to be playing a lot of weird shit. A lot of it terrible. A lot of it terrible. We're going to laugh at it. I've made sure that when I talk to these people who are going to like get me in contact with some devs and stuff like that, that they said, don't worry, you can say whatever you want. That is my only stipulation because my autistic ass can't help itself. Right? So, there's going to be some streams at some weird hours every now and then, where we're just going to be looking at some strange fucking games. It's going to happen. Maybe 2 streams a day every now and then. Depends. Is becoming an ANET mod? No, fuck no. If I become an ANET mod and they let me into those offices... So, you're getting more streams. Regular streams will still be there. That's going to happen. I'm going to be leaning a lot more into the content. I'm back into now creating my long form stuff. Man, I got to stop playing Palworld though. Palworld has been fucking absorbing me for the last 2 days. Jesus Christ, they did such a good job with that game. And I'm not someone who generally likes survival MMOs that much, or survival games in general. I generally see it's got the same kind of formula, but the fact that you can automate it by enslaving all the pals that you catch has been fantastic. So, that's what's going to happen. Second thing. I did something I severely regret. I painted one of my minis. And it looks fucking terrible. It looks miserable. But you know what? Palworld streams when? Maybe soon, Hammering Time. Maybe fucking soon. And I'll tell you why. It's because one of the people I'm talking to are the Palworld devs. I want to see if they're going to pay me like $12 to stream their game. So, I don't think I did too bad of a job. Given that I have no mini paints. And I did this with spray paint. But this was more of a mock-up specifically for Wojciech because he wanted me to paint them because he's ordering 2 of these from me. So it's okay. It's okay. I'm fucking terrible at painting. I hate painting. I hate painting so much. And the third thing, and probably Human Pals Challenge Run. You know what? That's not a bad idea, actually. You know what? I'm stealing that from you. I'm putting that down. You know what? That's going in the book. It's going in the book of grudges. I like that idea. I'm stealing that straight from you, Jack, and I want you to know you're getting no credit from me. Pal Challenge. I like that idea. That's mine now. That's how the world works. I steal ideas from you and you get no credit. Right. Third thing. This is the most important thing. I got something working again. I finally got it working again. The ball cam is back. The nutsack cam has returned. Oh, now this would have worked better if I was doing this on Twitch, because that's the kind of shit they love. You know, over there, they love their softcore pornography for children. But unfortunately, it's just gonna have to be on YouTube instead. So, today, we're gonna make things nice and simple. We're gonna make things nice and easy. There are 2 videos we're getting through. One of the long form videos. That's a retrospective on Warcraft. And I saw something pop up in my suggestions. And then I realized you also posted it in the Discord after that. It looks like Mortismal Gaming has given up on MMOs. Am I surprised? No, not really. Balthazar fight flashbacks. You deserve it. God, Balthazar was such a good fight. It was amazing. What an incredible fight that was. It's too bad that all their writing went to shit after that, huh? It's too bad that I'll never get to experience any component of Guild Wars 2 ever again because the ArenaNet moderation team are a bunch of malicious cunts. Too bad. So, we got 2 videos to get through. First one, nice and short. Mortismal Gaming has apparently given the fuck up on MMOs. I saw that and I'm like, holy fuck, I gotta see what the hell that's about. Second one, it's the long one. It's the retrospective on Warcraft and probably what the fuck happened in World of Warcraft that destroyed it. What up, Bobby? How you doing? Then, I'm gonna try and get as far and as deep into Final Fantasy as I can today. I'm gonna go until my power cuts out. I'm gonna go as long and as hard as possible. And yes, I know 2 inches is more than enough. It's 1 inch more than you need, but that's just how it is. Would you rather have 12 inches once? Or 2 inches 6 times? So, I've gotten to a point now. I've realized I've gotten to a point now when it comes to Final Fantasy in particular. I've gotten to the point where now I have what is a decent enough first impression and fundamental understanding of how the game functions. But I still want to get to a singular point where I can say, I know the beginner level stuff of Final Fantasy so that I can start working on long form videos for that. So that I have that in the bank, so I can start making notes, so I can start writing out a script, all of that shit. So that's coming. But I'm not quite done with Final Fantasy yet. And I think I'll probably be returning to Final Fantasy on like a weekly basis. There is a lot in that game that I really like. There's a lot in that game that really irritates the shit out of me. Purely because I think that Square Enix should be able to do better than what they have. But I do like what I see. I like it more than I dislike it. So let's get fucking started. Let's not waste any more time. Let's find out what the hell happened to Mortismal Gaming. Why the hell did he give up? Is it because it's a dead genre? Is it because it's what we deserve? Is it because that's just the MMO space in general? There's no hope. There's no desire to carry on. Everyone's given up. Everything that gets released is over-monetized garbage slop. And it's the storytelling's dead. The gameplay ideas are recycled for the last 20 years. Let's find out. Maybe he got cancer. Who knows?
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here. This time bringing you a video about why I don't really play
I haven't heard that voice for a very long time. I used to watch Mortismal a long time ago, and it's not like he did anything wrong. I just stopped watching him, and I can't even remember why. He just kind of like fell out of my algorithm, and I just stopped watching him entirely. And of course, he has to fucking cuck me by starting off with Guild Wars.
MMOs, or just kind of generally avoid anything that has, I would say, massive, endless grinds and a big focus on multiplayer generally, even if you want to get overly particular about the exact label of an MMO.
It's probably because the grinds suck.
Very recently, I took a look at Fallout 76, which has that big multiplayer aspect to it.
Oh, no. Okay, I understand why. I get it. I get what his reasoning is going to be. I understand why now. It's because he touched the shittiest Fallout game. That's why. That's why he stopped. Yeah, that'll kill your hope for the future. I get it.
But even if it is like mostly a solo game, I then took a look recently at Elder Scrolls Online again, kind of following up on just some of the industry news there around the teams. And in so doing, it kind of naturally followed that I would talk about the times in which I had played a lot of MMOs. And I have played quite a few, definitely not as many as people, but World of Warcraft, of course, the Elder Scrolls Online, obviously. I was big into Guild Wars 2 at one point. I was a big fan of Star Wars The Old Republic as well, getting a little more niche than those.
I still have to look into SWTOR properly.
I used to be really into the Secret World Legends, but eventually, around the time my son was born, actually, I kind of just realized...
Oh, there it is. He's got a kid. That explains a lot.
...that I had to stop playing them. And that's for a variety of reasons, a lot of very logical ones, some very more specific to me. The easy and most obviously identifiable one is time, which kind of factors into all of the other decisions. MMOs are kind of designed to keep you playing. The idea there is that they keep bringing you back, and the lower barrier to entry typically for paying for those games is one of the things they do to keep you playing, and then over time you're more likely to spend more money on it than you may have necessarily spent on a regular game even. So that's certainly...
It's more than that. It's more than that. MMORPGs in 2026, newer MMORPGs have gone out of their way to eliminate story, eliminate gameplay, not do anything new or innovative, and they are just solely there to keep you buying shit within a cash shop. Most MMORPGs are no longer built around a world or a universe or a story or something that you love. They are purely there to try and get you to spend money in their cash shop. Perfect example of this, Throne and Liberty, Black Desert Online, any mobile MMO out there ever. All they're trying to get you to do is spend money. That's all they give a shit about anymore. Fallout 76 devs just went and only included the bad parts of the multiplayer games. Yes! Man, Bethesda really fucked up with Fallout 76.
Part of it. And in order to facilitate that, they need to keep you playing. And there's all sorts of systems in place to do exactly that, usually various forms of grinds and the like. And that time expenditure just gets a little more difficult the older you get, at least thus far in my life. And suddenly what was totally fine when I was basically just living completely on my own, no kids or anything, just working a job and coming home, that kind of stuff. MMOs fit pretty well into my life at that point.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. Having a family and people who love you and personal relationships, it really eats into the MMO time. It really fucks up your life. Don't do it. Just be a spurg, sit at home alone, do things by yourself. Don't get involved in all of this stuff. I made the same mistake. Man, it's such a time sink. Formula works even when you spend money on Guild Wars 2, you didn't even get to play the game. Yeah. They took everything away. They got other people to spend money and then give shit to me, and then they took that away too, so they stole other people's money at the same time. The thing about spending money is it's not tied only to the MMO genre now. It's not. You're right. You're 100% right. Most games, particularly ones made by big studios with multi-million-dollar budgets, are all the same. Bad decision maker better get a face tattoo. I might tattoo my hairline back on at some point.
Especially when I didn't have the money to play like every game that I wanted to, or just like anything that even caught my interest a little like I do now. So I would have, again, the time and the focus to spend on these games specifically, which is when I played a lot of them. And then obviously life starts happening. Video games were in fact not my full-time job for a long time, and so between a full-time job, my son and everything, and just the nature of MMOs and that sort of endless grind, it became pretty obvious that I just had to let them go. But I would say that's really kind of only part of it, because the reasons that I felt like I had to let them go as a result of all of that is mostly because of, I think, how much I tended to get wrapped up into them. Because, as you may have noticed, as the nature of the channel would suggest, I like to finish things. I like to get everything done and move on, and MMOs...
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. Not in modern MMOs. You feel that way because of the past, because that's how they used to be made, but they're not made like that anymore. Final Fantasy XIV launched on the Nintendo Switch 2. So now, Final Fantasy players are going to have to deal with the Nintendroids. I actually wonder how many people are actually going to start playing Final Fantasy XIV on the Nintendo Switch 2. I don't imagine it's that many. They're probably going to be playing a lot of Mario games, a lot of Legend of Zelda. I don't see a large swath of people buying a Nintendo Switch 2 to play Final Fantasy XIV, if I'm being honest. What is this, Monday on Wednesday? Yes. There were too many videos in the React channel, so we're doing a few of these before I hop into Final Fantasy XIV. At least if you get banned from 14, if didn't pay for anything for a semi-full game. We'll see. We'll see. I'm considering using my your limited money based on memberships to get a Final Fantasy XIV subscription at some point. But let me get through all the free content first. If I can get it for free, I'm standing around the little, the taste test hot dog stand, and I'm going to eat all the fucking little pieces of hot dog before I think about even buying one. Just a little bit. 14 on the Switch 2 has horrible load time because of the SD cards. Color me surprised. I wouldn't be surprised that no one wants to play it on the Switch 2 because they're going to have a terrible experience with it. You should have a system to pack a certain amount of pending videos before accepting more. Yes, I should, but I'm a busy fuck, and I don't have time to do everything. And even if I do that, Bestia, it's going to take me like half a year to get around to that.
Those don't ever kind of let you do that. They're constantly, or at least as often as they can, adding more and more stuff for you to spend excessive amounts of time on. More so than just about any single-player game would. And those two things are at a bit of a conflict with each other. And again, while that was fine at one point in my life, as things have progressed and moved on, it's just simply not compatible with the way I approach things anymore, especially because I kind of just don't want to play one.
Also, yes, I am lazy. Yes.
one game that much. I want to play more of them and have those different experiences, and that's obviously easier to do with single player games when there's a more obvious finish line. But that sort of drive to kind of do everything that I could possibly do and finish things and really kind of get that complete experience has always kind of been just part of my personality at large. I'm not the kind of person who likes to sit idle, and the problem with giving somebody like me then a game that is never really done means that you're kind of just playing it all the time. And that eventually led to probably the only instance with video games where it ever kind of felt like it veered into something truly unhealthy for me, just because of kind of where I was at with it in my own headspace. And so again, kind of around that time my son was born, not all at once, but over a period of time.
Having children. Yeah. Having kids will fuck up your life. You stop caring about video games as much. It's real rough. Man, what a mistake. What up, Ella Razzle? Nice, I actually caught a stream. Yeah, I know. I started a little bit earlier today.
It was just very obvious that it could not continue. And I think the simplest way to put it would just be that I didn't like the person that playing MMOs kind of turned me into at that point. And it felt like it was starting to have like actual impact on the rest of my life. And that's when I was like, okay, this is over. And while I had certainly played single player games in between all of those, once I kind of had that moment, that's when I started just transitioning back towards single player stuff, which is obviously much more easy on your time. You don't have to coordinate with anybody. I can pause and either literally pause or just quit the game and get up and go and not have to worry about, again, any of those time commitments or other people's time, that kind of thing. I was able to bring it back to a place that I felt okay with, which eventually led to me covering all the games on the channel and everything that I've covered, and the rest is history, and here we are, I suppose. But I will also say that these days I'm a little better overall about that kind of thing. I've talked a good bit over the various videos I've made on the subject talking about my own past and everything, and I'm certainly not going to rehash that here, but a lot of those things led from, I would say, probably like 18 to 23-ish, me being a person that was a little hyper-focused on things, just trying to avoid falling back into those situations.
So he has autism, is what I'm learning. Fuck, I'm a father of 3 children, I'm doomed. Yeah, dude, you're playing life on fucking hard mode. You know what's the worst part about having kids? Those little shits have so much energy. They just never stop. And I've only got one of them. I can only imagine what it's like with 3 kids. Jesus Christ. You are really playing life on hard mode, dude. You're going to be playing phone games to try and feed the addiction. That's the closest you're going to get. God damn. 3 kids. Man. I wish. I'm so jealous of these kids when I see them like running around endlessly with endless amounts of energy. And I'm like, I wish I had 10% of that. They have so much fucking energy. It's incredible to watch, but Jesus, I wish I had some of that. Holy fuck. They just don't stop. And my kid for the last 2 weeks has been real fucking rough because she's been waking up in the middle of the night. Not because she's scared or having nightmares or something. She's waking up and she's like, okay, it's morning. I'm like, no, it's not morning. It's 2 o'clock. No, it's not morning. It's 9 at night. You just went to sleep. And then she'll go fucking ballistic for another 2 hours before passing out again. God damn. Jesus. With great cream pies come great responsibility. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Those were nuts I did not regret busting. At all. But damn, does a lot come with that. Sometimes I wish I was a little bit more Italian and just, well, you had a kid, not me, so I'm leaving now. I don't have any kids in school. They showed how many PS2 would spend in diapers, and I knew I was never going to be a mother. No, that'll happen to you. They'll ruin it. I used to do this thing, right? I used to be of the opinion that like having kids is a natural part of life, and having like it's like a step on to the next part of your life, and like you're going to grow and you're going to develop, and all of that is true. But at the same time, everything is so fucking expensive. Like you lose so much time and stuff for other stuff you got to work on that you're either going to be a neglectful parent at some point, or you're going to be there for your kid and pay for it later in another way. And so it's like, I completely understand people who don't want to have kids. If they never want to have kids, good. And also, that means later on in my life, I don't have to worry about your kids competing with mine. So I hope that the human population drops dramatically. I want my kid to have life on easy street. She doesn't have to be the best. She just needs to be the old average. And she already wins. So don't have kids. Make it easy on me. Don't have kids. Make her life easier. That's the best way I can think to put it. What do you mean we had a kid? That's some commie shit. Yeah, I'm leaving. I've got to go get milk. I'll see you in 20 years. You just never come back.
And it kind of put me in, I would say, a prime state to play those types of games simply too much, as I mentioned. And that is something that, thankfully, I would say time has allowed me to sort of ease up on a bit. I don't necessarily get as, I suppose you could say, anxious in comparison. And so now I'm able to, at least on occasion, when I want to make a video about it or something, play an MMO and just, set a small goal for myself, do that thing, usually in the form of making a video, and then put it down and walk away and never think about it again. Or at least until it comes up again for the relevant moment. But at the time in my life in which I was playing all these games, that was something that I was kind of struggling with, which is why it got to a point that it was starting to sort of bleed into the rest of my life that I mentioned, which is...
Yeah, new father syndrome happens all the time. You make the mistake of being responsible and being there for your kid, and you're spending nights awake and you're fucking exhausted. And I have complete black spots in my memory where there are entire months missing from the things I was doing just because of how fucking exhausted I was taking care of my kid. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening to this guy. I don't regret it. It's fucking wonderful having a kid. But goddamn, there are so many bad downsides to it because everything else in your life suffers. Everything else. Having kids is part of life. For humans, it's in its natural form. The problem is Western society is not in its natural form. We have a bunch of fads that cause decline. Yes, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. There's nothing wrong with having kids. You should want kids. It's good for you. It's good for your development. It's good for where you are. You get to see the magic and wonder in some kids' eyes as they grow up and discover the world having zero context around them. But the world is just not built for it. The world is just not built for you having kids. It makes life so fucking difficult. Real difficult. I've not learned yet how to properly take care of myself. The idea of having a baby depending on my efforts terrifies me. Yeah, it will. Even if you could. Even if you had perfectly got yourself down to a fucking T and knew how to take care of yourself, I promise you, it's still terrifying. Because now an entire other person's life is dependent on you. It's wonderful and terrifying all at the same time. Tell you what, you're going to blink, your kid's going to be 10 years old, you're going to blink again, she will be 20, and you will wonder how the hell it happened. No, I'm not, because you know what, I'm there most of the days with my kid, right? I see her every day. I don't vanish to work and then never see her and neglect her and shit. I'm actually doing this weird thing called being a dad. It's real. I know it's real old school. It's real traditional, but I'm actually there for my kid. And you know what? She's fucking wonderful to be around. She's the funniest little shit I've ever seen. And it's great. I love it so much. But on that point, Spider, I love doing this thing to my wife. And it's starting to piss her off. Where I look her in the eyes and I say, one day you're going to pick her up and hold her in your arms for the last time. And you're going to put her down. And you will never pick her up ever again. And you won't even know when it's going to happen. I usually use that line on her when she's getting a little bit emotional just to make it worse. It switches her over from wistful and sad all the way over to fuck you, shut the fuck up, I don't want to hear this. It's great. I love trolling her like that.
When I put a stop to it. And while I certainly play tons of video games these days, it is quite literally my job, of course, I'm able to sort of set up goals, set up boundaries, limits, that kind of thing, and just approach it in a way that feels much more healthy and manageable to me, at least, even if it is still a lot compared to what anybody else is obviously doing. And that's something you can do with single-player games, especially in, again, just a much more manageable way than a game whose entire purpose is to keep you playing for as long as possible. And as a result of all of those different factors, it should be pretty obvious then that basically anytime I see anything with with a big focus on an MMO-esque gameplay loop, I tend to avoid it by default. Primarily simply because I know how I can kind of get with games like that, and I have absolutely no interest in falling into those old habits, so I try to keep that stuff very contained even when I do cover it. And
yeah, because it'll take you out of everything else that you're doing. That's fair. That's fair.
At the same time, I don't necessarily have a problem with any of these games. I think a lot of them have great content. They're obviously a decent way to socialize in some instances, even if that's not really what I want to do with them these days. When I play these games, I tend to try to play them by myself, but at one point I was actively involved in like trying to do raids and World of Warcraft and stuff, that kind of thing, which has that social element to it that you don't really get elsewhere, which is a big draw for the genre, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think a lot of those games have potentially very good stories, like Star Wars The Old Republic, actually. I loved the Sith Inquisitor storyline, the Imperial...
You know, I haven't actually played enough of SWTOR to say whether it's got a good story or not.
Agent 1 was really good, and so somewhat living up to their name. A lot of them are in fact massive with some incredible content at times. But I guess, again, if I were to just sum this up really easily, there's a ton of reasons that I don't want to play these games at all, and I'm just better off looking for different experiences elsewhere, which is why I focus on single-player games these days. And I also know that I can just simply get too involved with them to the point it becomes an issue, and thus I prefer to keep my time with them limited and focused on specific objectives, usually in pursuit of some video or another these days. But
I wonder if this is actually a key indicator of exactly how most people feel within the MMO market, because the average age of an MMO gamer is like 35 or 36 right now. So everyone's at that age where they're either having suicidal thoughts because they're eternally alone, or they have a family and kids and stuff, and they just can't invest that amount of time into those games anymore. I wonder how much of an effect that has on the market. I think it's probably a gigantic one. How did you manage to marry that poor woman? Here, let me make it this really, really simple for you to understand, BOM. I'm going to make this really, 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 really simple, right? I'm fat. I'm bald. I look like a retard. There's one thing I have on my side that's kept that woman around. I lay pipe like a fucking plumber. I go to fucking town. I plow that summer field like I'm a farmer waiting for the harvest. It's the only thing I got going for me. I can't give that up. That's all I've got. That's all there is to it. She gets a little bit antsy. It's time to hit the reset button. And you know where the reset button is located, right? It's just in front of the uterus. Is that working now? Yeah, I got muted. Yeah, I pulled the microphone a little bit too hard. I unplugged it. Yeah, let me make this simple. I'll say it again, just for you, BOM. I'll make this one real fucking simple. You gotta fuck. That's all I've got. That's all I've got. You gotta hit the reset button. She's starting to get a little bit antsy. She's having a bad day. Things are going wrong. You gotta hit the reset button. The reset button on most women is located just in front of the uterus. And if you hit it hard enough, things get fixed. They get fixed real fast. I'm fat, I'm bald, I'm old, I'm retarded. I gotta lay pipe like a fucking plumber, or I'm really in trouble. That's all I've got. That's all it is. Gotta plow that shit like a summer field. That's all you've got. That's it. Hey, what up, Soul Man? How you doing? So, that's all there is to it. That's all you can do. It keeps people around. You think you're gonna give up? No. You get some chopsticks from the kitchen, you get some sellotape, and you tape that piece of rope to a chopstick, and you go back in. That's what you gotta, if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta fucking do. Never give up. Also, to what you said, I don't know if this part got muted or not, Alarazzle, where you said that she's going to grow up to be funny or not. or put me in a home, I've already figured that one out. You see, my family has this really weird tradition that we do, right? Where most of us do this thing where one day we just kill ourselves. That just happens. I don't know why. Maybe it's genetic. But most family members I have this thing where they reach a certain age and they just go, you know what? I'm done. I'm done. No more, thanks. And then they kill themselves. So that'll probably, it's not even like a depression decision that they make. They just like, you know what? That's enough for me. And they just walk out into the fucking snow and they decide that's it. So the Viking jump off a cliff thing, basically, yes. I don't know what genetic fucking material I have that causes that. And you know what the funniest part about you saying it's a Viking jump off the cliff thing? Most of it is my Italian family that does that. They just get old and they're like, you know, I kind of just don't want to do this anymore. And then, like, they'll just stop eating food and expire. Or they'll be like, you know what, I'm going to go out the easy way. I'm going to take a bunch of pain meds. I'm going to have a great last day and I'm done. All of them just rage quit. Yes, that's just how they work. They're like, you know what, I don't feel like being molested in a home by some nurse or something. I think I'm done. And then they're just gone. My whole family does this. And like, everyone who survives it, just like you get a phone call and you're like, oh, God damn it, again? Another one? What the fuck is wrong with us? And then one day we're going to get old and we're going to be like, no, I get it now. No, it makes 100% sense. If you're old, then what the hell am I? Who knows? Hopefully you don't have the same problem my family does. Like the Highlander, there can only be one, just about, yes. That's exactly how we all work. We're just like, okay, that's enough of life for me. I'm going to hit the exit button. Bye. And the worst part about this is my whole family has 100% KD ratio when it comes to suicide, right? There is no try. There is only succeed. I've never gotten a phone call in my entire life from any of the family members who've died where it's like I get a phone call from some dude in a hospital. Hello, this is Dr. Schweinenberg or something like that. Your family member attempted suicide. No. When we do that shit, we're done. We've all succeeded. There is no try. There's do or do not. That's all that happens in my fucking family. It's great. So can you confirm that African girls tend to have bottoms where each cheek is wider than their waist, like a pear? Yes, that's mostly true. More interesting than that, Gresh, if you say that, most African girls, at least the ones down here, have asses so big that they have independent muscles in each ass cheek and they can move their cheeks independently. And not just like flex them, I mean move them up and down and side to side as well. They've got like an extra set of muscles there. It's like its own creature. I've seen it. It's real fucking strange. I plan to live out of spite. As long as you make it everyone else's problem, that's the right decision.
I think that's pretty much everything I've got to say on the subject. Hope you found that interesting, I suppose. I think they're certainly capable of being great games. I've just mostly moved on, I guess is probably a good note to leave this particular video on. But that said, by all means, like, comment, subscribe, all the YouTube jazz. Let me know how you feel about all that down in the comment section below. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much.
And then the rest is going to be credits. You know what? I think what's happening to Mortismal here is probably what's happening to the entire MMO player base, like broad spectrum. The games are getting shittier. There's too much pay-to-win shit in games. There's too many like chargeback systems or systems where everything is over-monetized. The stories have gone to shit. The gameplay is 20 years old, so you played it 20 years ago. You just had a kid. You've got a wife. You've got a family to take care of. Now you're in your 30s somewhere, so the world does not give a shit about you. Oh, my back hurts. No one gives a fuck. You're not old enough for people to care, and you're not young enough for them to fix the problem. So I think it's like the entire wide, broad spectrum player base of what's happening to MMOs is exactly what's happening to him. And the over-sexualization thing as well. What are you talking about? They just fill MMOs with dumpy lesbians now, unless you're playing Asian games. it's because of the whole unrealistic argument. So we have confirmed that that fantasy is not in fact fantasy. It's not anymore. It's fucking not. It's not fantasy. Those African girls' ass cheeks, I've seen them move in very strange ways. Very, very strange ways. It's like it's its own creature. You have no idea until you see it. FFXIV has pedo vibes. Do you mean Final Fantasy XIV? Because that's the only Final Fantasy I've ever played or tried at all. The whole anime bullshit of Final Fantasy has completely skipped past me in its entirety. So this is the first time I've ever played this fucking franchise ever. But the pedo vibes, I can kind of see that with the Lalafels. I think it's weird that MMOs keep on putting in a short race that looks like children. It's really fucking odd. It's kind of gross to me. It's really weird. Between 25 and 65, you do not exist unless you die. You are not young enough for people to be impressed by you, and not old enough for people to feel like helping. Yes, and you know what's even funny about that, Bestia? I've seen very successful people between the ages of 25 and 65. And when you start succeeding between those age gaps, people don't support you. They fucking hate you. They despise you for it. I've seen this happen so many times. It's so strange. It's such an odd kind of life period to be in, because you might start winning in life and then all of a sudden people start turning against you for no fucking reason whatsoever. And it's mostly just because it's not happening to them. That's it. That's all that's happening. And they despise that. They can't handle that shit. But yeah, decent video. Pretty solid. How does Final Fantasy XIV have pedo vibes? It's not the game. It's not the game that has the pedo vibes. It's some of the player base. It's not all of the player base, but you know exactly the kind of people I'm talking about. It's the kind of people who you know for a fact, if you Google Rule 34 and Lalafell, there's too much content. You know that for a fact, and you know those are dedicated Final Fantasy players. It's the ones who got upset at there being a baby. Well, not the ones that got upset. I suppose they'd be into that. It's probably the ones that got hyper-focused down on the baby seat that they put in to Final Fantasy for Lalafells. Yeah, the people that want to ERP with a childlike race. Yeah, no, that's fucking weird, man. That's real fucking weird. Yeah, but all MMOs have those kind of people. Yes. Yes, I think the only difference is it seems to be more prominent amongst the Final Fantasy community in particular, because those freaks are usually the loudest. They've got a massive player base. They're like second only to World of Warcraft in size and scope, and they seem to have a far stronger community behind them. I think that's primarily why. It's not that other MMOs don't have that problem. It's simply that it's got the highest concentration of it happening within Final Fantasy XIV. That's why. Have I ever researched Rule 34 in Asura? God, no. But I've been emailed some links and they were disgusting. I've still got flashbacks of someone who emailed me like 3 or 4 terabytes of char porn. That was fucked up. That was real fucked up. That one fucked me up real hard. Jesus. Oh. I always choose the weirdest looking MMO race. It has it was trolls in WoW, vegetables in Guild Wars 2. They weren't weird, they were kind of sexy. It's the first time I've wanted to have sex with a vegetable. And Lalafell and Final Fantasy, that last one puts you on a watch list. Anything that resembles me the least. Well, that's kind of the point of fantasy, is to play a character that doesn't look like you, because real life sucks and you want to escape real life, and it makes life better when you're not doing that. So I completely understand why you would do that. What up, Carol? How's your day? Fucking terrible. But that doesn't matter. General Apple says, well, yeah. What hairline? Terrible? Where? What hairline? Where? There isn't even one to complain about. It's gone. You know, I started trolling my wife recently, actually. I started talking to her. I was like, what if I started to grow my hair out? What if I did an Asmongold and my hairline starts like somewhere up here? She was like, fuck you, don't do it. She was like, listen, I was against the bald thing when you first did it, but now I'm used to it. If you start growing your hair out, I might divorce you. She was just like, I'm not doing it. No, don't even fucking try. It's over. It's over. Give up. FFXIV, even the age of characters skate, the edge of... Okay, so you're very specifically talking about IV, not XIV. Edge of 12 to 14 years old, looking like, come on, just fucking look at it. I love Final Fantasy since number 3, but I couldn't do the MMO. Oh, okay, so you are talking about XIV. Just, that feels creepy to play. Just don't play Lalafell then. Just stay the fuck away from Lalafell, Zeko. Make it nice and easy. A hairline up there would make you look like a pedo. You know what? I thought about growing it out and doing some streams where I RP as Asmongold. just for shits and giggles. Where I kind of ruined the idea now because I've told you about it. But what I thought about doing was just showing up with long hair one day and just RPing as Asmongold and just telling no one what the fuck I was doing. Just to make fun of it. Because I thought that would be great. It's just because I'm a shitter like that. Growing hair is the line and not the Odyssey jokes. No, the Odyssey jokes she's used to. She's become conditioned to them. I still have to watch the Odyssey with her. I still have to. I know it's going to irritate the shit out of her. Sorry, my bad. Flipping screens. No, don't worry about it. If you're working, focus on your work. It's more important. Now, he must be referring to the two elf teenagers. No, that's fair. That's 100% fair. Those two little fuckers are so creepy. I don't like that twink and his sister that looks exactly like him. That shit creeps me the fuck out. And they put them in all the clothing where it like exposes parts of them. Man, that shit's weird. That shit is weird. Hands down weird. Asmon Interaction reads the chat better. Gotta grant the Roach that at least. Yes, he does. He does. He's really good at that. He's incredibly talented at picking out the exact right comment to talk about and pull up and then make content out of that person before he bans them. He's exceptional at that. That is a full fucking skill set. Real hard to do. Pull Nikocado Avocado and just show up with a full head of hair with no explanation. Yeah, just go to Turkey, vanish for like 2 weeks, come back, and I've got a full head of hair and just never address it ever. I fucking hate the Asura. So does everyone, Apple. Everyone hates the fucking Asura, except for the Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet moderation team. They love them because they want to have sex with them. I can't say the F word on my stream. I come here to vent. Well, that's what my stream's for. I mean, what's going to happen? Are the Guild Wars 2 team going to ban me? Oh, no. How terrible. How disastrous. I'm so heartbroken. Fuck. Oh, no. How miserable. What shall I ever do? Those rat fuck demons. The twins are some of the best characters in Final Fantasy XIV. Honestly, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. They just creep me out so far. They just creep me out. They look too young. Their clothing is a little bit too, a little bit too body tight. That shit shouldn't be happening. Creeps me out. Really creeps me out. I'm not weirded by the teen thing when teenagers are ogling their adult teachers, knowing damn well what they're saying. It creeps me out. It really creeps me out. I've had to deal with a few situations like that when I used to train teenagers and stuff. It gets really fucking weird. It gets really weird. I don't like it. It's very uncomfortable. If you're not a pedophile, it's very uncomfortable. And if you are a pedophile, then into the wood chipper with you. Get the fuck out of there. You shouldn't be near kids. Ever. That's just how it is. Now, this video has been sitting here for a while. This one's been sitting there baking. And it's something that I've been wanting to look at. WARCRAFT was great from the start. I will give you some backstory and some history about this, right? why World of Warcraft today pisses me off so fucking much. Why I have so many problems with it. I have played Warcraft 1. I've played Warcraft 2. I've played Warcraft 3. I still have memories of when I was a kid and I was too fucking stupid to figure out how to build roads or do anything in that game. Warcraft was great from game one. However, most people, the majority of people, started playing Warcraft with Warcraft 3. That was the big watershed moment for them. Some of the backstory and history behind Warcraft, it wasn't ever meant to be a franchise on its own. It was never meant to exist in isolation. What happened was, back in the day, Blizzard went to Games Workshop and developed a game and said, we want to use the Warhammer franchise for these video games. Games Workshop turned around and told them they can suck their nuts from the back. They got to go fuck right off. They're not going to do that. They're not going to allow that. So they have to, so they don't have rights to the IP. So they changed some shit around. They altered some things and they made their own universe. They said, all right, well, if you don't want our fantasy orcs, we'll make fantasy orcs with blackjack and hookers. Isn't that the story of StarCraft and old Warcraft? It's both. Little known fact, it's both. Whereas the orcs and stuff were meant to be like Age of Sigmar kind of base stuff, and StarCraft was meant to be Warhammer 40k. It was both. They developed those games both originally with the idea of we're going to put in orcs and it's going to be a fantasy world and it's going to be orcs versus humans and that's going to be the main story plot line and it's part of that. So it's not, it wasn't just StarCraft. Because StarCraft came later. They went back to Games Workshop for StarCraft. And then they got shit on again by Games Workshop. Can you imagine how fucking stupid those execs at Games Workshop must have felt watching this multi-billion-dollar company rise from nowhere, all because they rejected them? And they could have had a slice of the pie, but they just kept saying no. What little fucking bastards they must have felt like for screwing that one up big time. Oh, man. Oh. For me, 1 and 2 were great. 3 was meh. I was excited for WoW until I found out that there was going to be a sub and never touched it. No, I can understand that. I can understand that perspective. I loved World of Warcraft. I got my first job because of World of Warcraft because I needed to find a way to pay for the sub. Right? The Warcraft games back in the day were fucking incredible. I loved Warcraft 3 as well. The biggest issue I had with Warcraft 3 was once you'd played through the story, you knew everything and you were waiting for the expansions. The thing that kept me around in Warcraft 3 was the custom games mode. I used to play so many custom games mode, and I played Dota before Dota 2 existed. I used to hook up the Death Knight. I found a build that whenever someone one-shot me and killed me, the Death Knight came back to life and then beat the fucking brakes off of a person. And it was so good. I pissed off so many of my friends playing Dota. It was, oh man, it was incredible back in the day. I loved it so much. Custom maps were the greatest thing to ever happen to Warcraft 3. And then Warcraft 3 Reforged came out and Blizzard updated their terms of service saying if you make anything in the custom maps, anything at all, it belongs to us. It is ours, not yours. And now no one makes anything. Good job, Blizzard. Good job. Congratulations, you fuckwits. Congratulations, you absolute retards. We could have had more shit coming out of Warcraft 3, maybe more game modes, but no, nuh-uh. Never mind, that belongs to Blizzard now. Gee, I wonder why everyone's so pissed off at Warcraft Reforged. Gee, it's such a mystery. I can't believe that happened. Steam Workshop is right there. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. Games Workshop was like, video games? No, people want books and play with small, brittle plastic toys until... Bestia, you're getting something wrong. It wasn't small, brittle plastic toys back in the day. I remember this. The toys used to be made out of metal. The miniatures that you used to get in the past were made out of metal. They were metal cast toys. They weren't even plastic. They were actually made out of metal. I remember because I still remember the first time I ever saw Warhammer 40k and I saw a TTRPG game. The guy who was playing orcs, he gave me a miniature to go home with. He just gave it to me, fully painted, and it was metal. I remember. Oh man, it was peak. It was so fucking peak as a kid. Your virtual army idea will never work. Get out of here, hippie. Yeah, no, what fucking idiots. What fucking morons for missing this. But let's stop delaying. Let's find out what G-Bay has to say about this. They don't want a repeat of Dota and that moving on to turn into League of Legends again. Yeah, they don't. So they'd rather destroy all competition rather than let people be creative and create things within those things because they want to own everything. That's how you know that. You know what? I've thought about this for a while. That's how you know that a company's in decline, right? You know a company's in decline when they start weaponizing their TOS and their legalese bullshit against people because they no longer have the creative push and drive towards building something new, keeping people around because they just make better stories than everyone else, keeping people there because their gameplay just outperforms everything else in the market. If you look at the timeline of World of Warcraft, the more I think about it, Warcraft Reforged was the Harambe got shot in the cage moment for Blizzard. I've seen nothing good and creative and enjoyable and fantastic come out of Blizzard since Warcraft Reforged. After that moment, everything else has just been fucking garbage. They got rid of the metal minis too to produce real army guns for the war and also a plastic figure flying towards your head to do less damage. Yeah, no, it's because if you're playing orcs, you roll 1,000,000 dice on the fucking TTRPG when you're playing at like a board game and you're like, hold on, I gotta take my turn, and you just pull out a bucket of dice and you just drop them on the table. I think and then you spend the next 20 minutes calculating your damage. That pissed off a lot of people. Man, orcs is great to play. Oh, that's so good. We'll never see that level of quality again. No wonder they got rid of metal minis because people were probably throwing that at all the orc players. I wonder if you could track when the marketing business graduates took over at Blizzard. You probably can if you go back onto LinkedIn and you look at the dates when certain people started taking over management positions. And you'll be able to track that, and there's probably a trend where you'll notice that the game lost creativity as those people took over. Happens all the time. It's because you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not Blizzard that makes games. People make games, and the people that made the games you and I love are long gone. I think it's one step worse than that, Rainfall. I think that the problem behind it is that there are still people out there who make incredible games, who make great games. They develop them. But if they start to go and work for a big company like Blizzard, they are not the decision makers behind those games. The people who are the decision makers are the people in marketing. It's the people with a fucking social degree from some bullshit university who take over the HR offices. It's the people who care about the money side of things and not the creativity side of things. You got to remember, back in the day, Blizzard was owned, it was run, and it was made by the people who used to develop the games. And over time, all those creative people got shoved into this bottom layer role where they were just deving out whatever their boss told them to. And their boss had no fucking idea how video games work because he's 64 years old and he's touching Susan in the office, and that's all he cares about. That's all he cares about. Gamers make good games. Gamers make decision to make good games. With gamers gone, decision to make good games is gone. Absolutely. You are wrong about nothing, Bestia. Now let's see what eBay has to say. This is a long one.
I want to tell you a story about my favorite video game advertisement of all time. We're in Irvine, California many years ago at Blizzard Entertainment's headquarters, and today the technical support team is sharing a voicemail that one customer left.
Look at that. Look at that office. Look at that Blizzard office. Look at that shit. Let me see if I can find it. What do you notice between that image and the WoW Midnight team? What changed? What changed? You see that shit? Oh, it's so much more inclusive. Oh my God. We're doing so much better. There's maybe potentially 2 men in this picture. Potentially, I can't tell. There's only 2 men. Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell from this distance. My eyes are bad. Something changed. Something changed. I wonder what it is. Juxtapose that to my workday at Blizzard. First, I grab a cup of coffee. Then I sit in our safe space lounge for an hour. Then I take a nice walk in the company park. And then I go home because I've done a complete day's work. Yes, all the fucking time. Back in the day when Blizzard was a small company, it was just a bunch of fucking nerds with receding hairlines sitting on the floor eating pizza, talking about the video game they were making and what they needed to do next. It was just a bunch of spurgs and social rejects. Have you heard that they admitted the breast milk thievery and such was all BS? I haven't heard about that, actually. I think it was last stream, someone said that it turned out to all be bullshit and stuff, and I didn't believe them, mostly because my personal experience in working fields I've seen a lot of sexual harassments from cases from particular dudes and stuff. So I 1000% am still on the side that it's real, but if it's not real, then that's kind of even more concerning, because it means that this was a hostile takeover by people who have no fucking idea what they're doing. This means that a bunch of rat demons came into that office, accused men of false rape accusations and stuff, played it up as much as possible, played the victim, then dominated the company and ruined the fucking video game. Apparently it's all been bullshit. There's proof. I'm going to have to look at that tomorrow then. I didn't know that. I land on the side of I 1000% believe that. I'd be happy to be wrong. I'd love to know. Asmongold reacted to it. It was a government push for DEI and the hire women cause because there's barely any before allegations. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. I'll probably look into that tomorrow. Always thought the stories told were too wild. I'll tell you why I didn't believe they were too wild. GBE. The kind of shit I've seen on security camera footage from the insides of particular offices makes me believe that kind of shit could have happened, right? And I'm not talking about one person threw an accusation. I'm talking about I was brought in as an outside force to be a project manager to help resolve certain company issues because that was part of my job. Someone else would take the credit. They'd give me a paycheck. And I got to review some of the CCTV footage. Some of the shit I saw done to women in those offices was fucking ridiculous. Right? Like nasty shit. Like real nasty shit. I've said and done some wild things myself, but a Cosby room, I would believe it. I would believe it. It would also make sense why Blizzard's development dropped off. But if that's not true, I would be happy to be wrong. But yeah, I'm in the same place as you, Sarah. I'm kind of conflicted about it. I'm still conflicted about it. I don't know how far it actually went, how bad it is, but usually from the stuff I've seen, my personal experience tells me that this kind of shit does happen because I've seen it happen. Sent you all 3 links, the guy drawing attention to it, the article, and an archived version of the archive. In the article, the court is quoted, they admit it was all bullshit. The only reason the lawsuit happened is because the judges were buddies with the guy organizing the shakedown. Okay, well, I'm going to take a look at that tomorrow. Thank you, Green Sky. I would love to issue a correction on that. Man, that would be a relief that that's not actually real. Okay. Let's continue.
Over the weekend. Although its exact wording has been lost to time, every employee from back then remembers how it went. A caller was in the middle of leaving a message about some game he was playing when halfway through the voicemail, his wife started yelling at him in the background. You could hear her shout from the other side of the room, "Get off that stupid game!" The guy responded, "1 minute, honey, I just have to get this taken care of." At which point she came back at him with, "That game is the reason we're not having sex anymore."
I call that a woman problem. All she needs to do is walk into that office and take his pants off. He'll keep playing the game, and you can get what you need.
When I first read this story in Jason Schreier's book, Play Nice, I couldn't believe I had never heard it before. What a great anecdote that so perfectly encapsulates how good some games can get. It certainly feels fitting that Blizzard were the ones who received this message. If you were trying to compile a list of all the games that are literally better than sex, it would be hard to not populate it entirely with titles from their golden age.
I'll be honest, World of Warcraft kept me a virgin for a very long time. It kept me a virgin. I had multiple opportunities to lose my virginity, but it was raid night. And it was the Black Temple. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, thirsty, hot, blonde, 18-year-old girl, but it's raid night. I've got to get home. It happened so many times. It must have happened like 3 or 4 times, Jesus.
But with that context, it might be surprising to hear the game that sparked that voicemail argument wasn't World of Warcraft. It wasn't Diablo or StarCraft or even Warcraft 3. That quote was about Warcraft 2, the base game, not even the expansion. Now, when I first got into the
Warcraft 2 was great.
Warcraft franchise by playing through Warcraft 3 and now my classic WoW series, I kind of assumed that these were the games that made everybody fall in love with Azeroth. Obviously, they weren't the first, and maybe the titles that came before were great for their era, but I mean, just look at them. The first Warcrafts were in 2D, not even in isometric perspective.
Yep.
Most of their stories were told through scrolling text before each mission. They certainly don't look
and you had to learn to read fast.
very impressive from a modern lens. For all the epic moments this series would come to be known for, I thought that there was no way these games had that same kind of compelling story and characters and gameplay. But after hearing that anecdote about the voicemail, I had to find out for myself. So I went back and played through every campaign from Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, and
Based as fuck. Based as fuck. I hope he pirated them.
Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness, to see if they really are that good, and not to spoil anything, but
yes,
say
they
a
are.
prayer for my wife.
They are.
Warcraft Orcs and Humans was a significant title in that this game begins with Blizzard's first ever cinematic. A narrator introduces us to the setting and conflict in the human kingdoms of Azeroth.
Oh, I remember this.
A prosperous civilization lived until suddenly, one day, orcish hordes appeared. Nobody knew where the orcs came from and certainly weren't prepared for their ferociousness, but regardless, these two sides are now locked in a seemingly eternal conflict. It's up to you, the player, to lead either faction through its respective campaign and win what will come to be known later as the First War. We're going to play through both campaigns start to finish because there's a lot.
I can't believe I'm saying this, and I know this is personal preference. I preferred Horde, but the very first game, the human campaign, was better.
To talk about here, but
Fight me.
Starting off with the human side of things, our first mission sees us take up the role of Regent to King Lane Rin of Stormwind and serves as a basic tutorial for how an RTS works. We're tasked with building a barracks alongside 6 total farms to earn victory, which does well in not just teaching the basics of RTS mechanics, but also exposes us to some of the quirks we're going to find in this game. Like in Warcraft 1, all the buildings have to be built on roads that you can expand out from your...
I spent like a week trying to figure out how to build roads back in the day. Oh man, I fucked this game up so much when I played the tutorial because I just kind of skipped through it and I didn't pay attention. You have to build roads.
Town center at the cost of gold, which kind of turns this title into a mini city manager just as much as it's an RTS, especially since poor city layout can lead to some traffic jams of workers if you don't do a proper bit of city planning. Fog of War is also a little unusual here. Warcraft sees players starting off each level with limited vision and a completely obscured map, as RTS games typically do. But in this game, once a unit explores a portion of the map, you gain vision of that area forever. This first mission also teaches us scouting is ultra important in relation to resource gathering, since at the start of the mission, you not only can't see where to harvest lumber or gold from your starting position, but you're also not given enough gold in your closest mine to complete the level, meaning you're going to have to explore and find the second gold mine.
Yeah, it forces you to expand so you learn how the game works. It was actually a genius design decision. I still remember I had the same strategy every single time I played these games. So you'd have your base and everything around it was Fog of War. And what I'd do is I'd take a unit and I'd do one big spiral like this until I started hitting stuff so I could see where everything was. It was probably the most suboptimal way to figure things out, but it was so good. Man, I got so many good memories of this game. Wait, now I'm confused. So the people that got pushed out are saying the essay is made up. Yeah, well, that's what it sounds like to me, but I have no context about this. I haven't looked into it, so I'll take a look into it tomorrow if I can. Warcraft 1 and 2 did age well in terms of gameplay. It's still fucking great today. If you could get a kid off of an iPad for 10 minutes to try this out, they'd get lost in it. Orc has always been a more badass side, and Blizzard has always paid more attention and spent more time on human. Yes, they've always spent more time on humans. They've always expanded out the human faction way more. But Orcs, I think Orcs dominated in Warcraft 3 in particular, because they got a really, really good backstory with Thrall and stuff. And the whole thing with Gromash and the demons and shit, that was amazing. That was fucking amazing. I grew up in city builders and German RTS, so I was trained for roads as a concept. Yeah, that's because you're German. Germans are just built like that. They come out. You go into hospital. Your mom opens up her legs to give birth to you, and there's a road beneath you. First thing the baby comes out when they fall onto the road is, this asphalt could be better. I can see several ways which it could be improved. This is suboptimal conditions.
On the map if you're going to progress. All in all, this whole mission does a really great job of giving a crash course to the real-time strategy genre, and it was important that Blizzard tutorialized well here, since Orcs and Humans was one of the first RTS titles to ever be released. As a bit of history, the game that most credit with inventing the RTS genre was Dune 2, made by Westwood Studios, released in 1992.
I never played that one.
Many like to call this the first real RTS game and say that Warcraft Orcs and Humans was the second real one. As the story goes, Blizzard employees got so addicted to Dune back in the day, while also growing frustrated with certain features it lacked, that
look at those fucking nerds. Look at those fucking absolute dorks. You know that every single one of these guys got bullied in school. And then they became multimillionaires. God damn. The point is that they didn't win, proving the allegations were true. They just took a smaller settlement, fired some people, and complied with DEI. Yeah, I've got no context on what happened there when it comes to that entire situation. I'm going to look into it tomorrow, because then I'm going to have some fundamental idea of what happened, and I can form a better opinion when it comes to the whole sexual assault thing. In my head currently, last word on this when it comes to it, in my head currently, the way I see it is that some of the sexual assault stuff probably happened. Usually, what you see publicly facing is about 10% as bad as it is internally, and a lot worse shit happens that never sees the light of day. And I believe the whole DEI elements used this as a weapon. They saw this as an opportunity to rip power away from everyone else and used it to garner an opportunity where they could get in power and control what happens next. That's the way I currently view it. Whether that happened or not, I need more context, obviously, because some new shit's happened there.
They wanted to make a version of their own. Namely, Dune didn't have any kind of multiplayer, and Blizzard thought it might be fun to play a game like this against other players, hence their insistence that this title would allow for PvP game modes over LAN or modem networks. This being Blizzard, though, multiplayer was not the only thing they brought to the RTS world. There were tons of other things that Orcs and Humans did first before any other contemporary, my personal favorite being how it treated story. Keep in mind, back in the 80s and early 90s, this was still the era of gaming governed by John Carmack's quote, that story in a game is like story in a porn movie. You expect it, but it's not that important.
And still somehow the porn stories that they put in video games were better than the ones we get today.
Such, most games from back then were happy to leave story absent or just license a popular franchise that could imply a narrative. That's what Doom 2 did after all. While that game had its own campaigns with various playable factions, it wasn't too innovative narratively speaking, mostly content to draw on a fantasy world that many audiences already knew. Blizzard were originally planning on doing the same thing, as co-founder Alan Adham was hoping to license the Warhammer franchise for their RTS to help sell units. It was only after some employee pushback that the company realized it might be more fun to have complete creative control over where they
It wasn't just employee pushback. It was that Games Workshop basically told them they can go fuck themselves.
took their game. Eventually, after committing to building their own original fantasy world, narrative direction was mostly given to the producer and voice actor Bill Roper, who penned a lot of the lore and backstory. There's actually a really great anecdote about how he was brought onto the team in Play Nice. Originally, Roper was just hired to do freelance work, recording voiceover for a demo that would later turn into the game's introductory cutscene. He wasn't given a script for this and had to improvise nearly all the lines. Bill still enjoyed his experience with Blizzard so much, though, he wanted to be hired full-time, going so far as to promise their co-founders that he would wash Alan's car and give Mike Morhaime a rare Magic the Gathering card if they gave him a job, which...
The ultimate bribe for a nerd. I'll give you my magic cards. Just let me work for you, please. That's the kind of bribery I like to see.
Turned out to be unnecessary, as his work already impressed both of them so much, he was hired to write the rest of the Warcraft narrative. This narrative was then revealed to the player either through Bill's own voice in the introductory cinematic, or it was told through text in the pre-mission briefs and the manual that came with the game. This manual is particularly great since you get to see Bill's words carving out the very first pieces of lore and backstory for this franchise, right alongside artwork by the recently hired comic book fiend Chris Metzen.
Oh man, Chris Metzen's work back in the day, his old school artworks, you should look them up. They are so fucking crunchy and so good. They are so goddamn hardcore. Oh, they were amazing. And we're never gonna see its like ever again.
Anyway, getting back to gameplay, after completing our first mission, the next few teach us a bit more about the basics of how combat in an RTS works. We're slowly given new units to unlock, new buildings to construct, and eventually take down an enemy base, exposing us to the Horde and their war chief Blackhand, leader of the Blackrock clan. Mission 4, though, is when the game really starts to kick into gear. One of the heroes of Stormwind we were introduced to through the manual, Sir Anduin Lothar, has been sent not long ago into the Dead Mines to search for an item called the Tome of Divinity. But having not returned for some time, the monks of Northshire Abbey sensed he's in trouble. As such, King Lane orders me to go into the dungeon myself to rescue him. And let me say, when I came across this mission, it frankly blew my mind. As someone that first got hooked on the universe of Azeroth from Warcraft 3's storyline, then going and playing through classic WoW.
And then you realize that the Dead Mines has been there from the beginning. I know. Oh, man. When I saw the Dead Mines for the first time playing Warcraft, I was like, holy fucking shit, I can't believe that this is still in the game. They kept narrative consistency. They kept the maps. They kept the design. They kept the world. They built on everything that had come before them. And now, all Blizzard does is wipe their ass with everything that happened before that people loved and be like, well, that's not the community we're targeting anymore. We regret calling it World of Warcraft. I wish war wasn't in the name. Here, have another housing pet and go buy another fucking $60 mount out of the goddamn... Let it go. Let it go. Warcraft's dead. Let it go. I'm going to be here for the next 5 hours ranting about this. Let's continue.
One of the things that shocked me about World of Warcraft was how little connective tissue that game had to the title that came before it. At least if you chose to play a human going through their starting zones, you didn't really get any regions or characters or references to Warcraft 3, not from any levels.
Yeah, not from Warcraft 3. They left the entire part of Warcraft 3 out of World of Warcraft, which I think was a massive disappointment. Like, there's some of the zones that kind of look like other zones, like particularly the ones when you play through the Horde campaign. But other than that, no. Like the Thousand Needles, for example. WoW is dead, it can't hurt you anymore. It's a fucking zombie game. It's still a zombie game. They used to ask, how can we fit this into our world? It has recently been, how can we shape the world to fit this thing? No, it's worse than that, Grimoire. It's much worse than that, right? In the past, it was like you were being handed a tome of knowledge by an elder. And you would take that tome of knowledge, you would go through all of it, include as much of it as you can, And then you would ask the question, how can I build on this exceptional thing that has come before me? How do I stand on the shoulders of these giants and make sure that I respect the legacy of this? Now it's how do I push a social narrative down people's fucking throats? How do I make people feel the same as me and believe the same as me? They don't even say, how can I shape the world to fit this thing? They don't give a fuck about shaping the world. They'll make their own world and shit on everything that came before it. And then they'll call everything else that came before it old and outdated and useless and problematic. And then they won't even look at it. You've got to understand, Grimoire, they don't even look at it, right? You know that thing in movies where you see where they interview the actors or the director? And it's like, yeah, I'm doing a movie about Snow White. And then the interviewer asks the question, so have you read the Snow White story? And they're like, no. Nuh-uh. No, I haven't read it. I couldn't give a fuck. What the fuck are you making? They do this with video games as well. The Witcher series. How the only one who gave a shit about it was Henry Cavill. And then when Henry Cavill stopped pushing back because he gave up and he left the franchise, how it fell to shit. They do this all the time. They don't even look at the old material at all. They just pretend it doesn't exist and tell whatever bullshit little fantasy they have in their head that is all about them. I honestly don't think Chris said the Warcraft thing, but he can't come out and say anything. There's an interview, I think, of a woman saying it and saying that she hates the idea of Warcraft being in the name. I'm not sure if, you know, now that I think about it, now you've cast doubt on everything I've thought before, mostly because of the whole sexual allegation thing. Maybe Chris Meston didn't say it, or maybe he did. It'd be hard to know until I see video footage, one way or another.
Personally, it wasn't until I discovered the story of the Defias Brotherhood and then plunged into the Dead Mines that I was really sold on playing all the way through WoW. So I was frankly stunned that the Dead Mines are also the moment where you get sold on the very first Warcraft. Here, we're given a proper dungeon crawl and no build mission where our limited forces of soldiers have to make our way through the underground caverns until we find...
These were the best missions, by the way. In all of the Warcraft franchise missions, these were the best missions where you just had unit control, you had a limited amount of units, and you weren't worrying about building shit. These were always the peak ones. Except for maybe some of the ones where you're playing as Arthas with the Scourge, and you're like building tower defense mode and stuff like that. But these ones where you had limited resources, and you had to be slick about how you use them were always so fucking good. In the interview, she claimed that Chris Metzen said it. I'm calling BS. I think she put those words in his mouth because she knew everyone would make fun of her for it. She might have said it like, maybe she didn't say it. I don't think she's self-aware enough for that. I think she probably said, oh, Chris Metzen said this thing. Probably because then they could say, oh, but the old guy that you used to like said this thing. So that's why it's okay for me to say, maybe.
Lothar and bring him back safely. This was actually, to my knowledge, the very first no-build mission ever created in an RTS campaign. It's a really fun kind of challenge the genre would later become known for, and this level introduces you to the idea really well, giving players clerics who have an active ability they can use to heal their forces anytime they start taking damage. Oh yeah, this is also the first time a unit has had an active ability in an RTS.
Yes.
God, we are 4 levels in, and we're already seeing how this game was so far ahead of its time.
Yes.
My favorite part was still the storytelling, though. As we plunge deeper into the dungeon, it's not long before we come across some pixelated body horror of fallen soldiers showing the fate that Lothar's companions suffered. Even when Blizzard were dealing with such low-scale images, they still found creative ways to build a sense of atmosphere for their world.
It's more than the atmosphere. Even in Warcraft 1, even with the low pixels and shit, there was visual clarity. You could tell exactly what you were looking at the barest glance. One of the things that you'll notice about all of these units on the ground, right, is that all of them have a shadow underneath them. They have that little black space sitting at their feet because it gives them more visual clarity against the rest of the world around them. It was genius design. For such limited hardware at the time and what they had, it was fucking exceptional how brilliant they were. The solutions they found around problems were amazing. They're basically using Metzen as a sock puppet to gain favor from the players. Nothing has changed since he came back. Yeah, no, I think that they're giving Chris Metzen the Stan Lee treatment. where he's the old man now and they're just going to abuse the old man and hide behind him and then just fuck everything up, and then pretend it was his fault because he okayed it, but he's too old to give a fuck right now. Regarding Guild Wars 3, I pretty much am neutral. I don't care if it succeeds. I don't care if it fails until it proves to me that it's not just some uninspired shit fest. I think it's going to be a failure when it comes to being an MMO in particular. Might still be a good game, but I don't think it's going to be the MMO that people want. That's the way I see it. Even Muck raised an eyebrow at it. I think everyone with at least 2 brain cells to rub together was like, what the fuck is going on?
It might be worth mentioning now that I am playing the remastered version of this game, by the way, a remaster Blizzard released a few years ago that is actually surprisingly good. The one downside of the remaster is there are some updated graphics that don't look nearly as cool as the original pixel art, but you can turn those off by hitting F5, thankfully. After making my way through the mines, I managed to find Sir Lothar and escort him back to safety, mission complete. In our next few missions, we get some more name drops, visiting locations we recognize, from Stormwind and Northshire Abbey to Elwyn Forest. Even beyond the fact I get to geek out about these places I already know, I had a lot of fun in these missions seeing some of these similarly innovative level design. While some of these were just basic levels typical of an RTS game where I need to build a base and go destroy an enemy, in others I need to go and defend a village that's already under attack first, saving buildings that I would otherwise have to rebuild. Or I might already be given an army that needs to go and free some imprisoned workers before I'm allowed to build anything myself. To my knowledge, Dune 2 and other games you could call RTS titles from before, they never really had this kind of setup. They were always the same formula of just building a base and then eventually raising an army to go destroy the enemy. The fact Blizzard had such forward-thinking level design by comparison really...
I think there was one, but it came after Warcraft 1, and it was the Command and Conquer series and the stories that they built up. Command and Conquer did an exceptional job of adding in story elements in the most campy, low-budget way possible, but they did such a brilliant job with it as well that it competes on the same RTS level as what Warcraft did.
Makes this game hold up to an astonishing degree for something that is 30 plus years old. I do know a lot of what makes this game so accessible for me is the fact that I'm playing the remastered version though. Like on the original MS-DOS or Mac OS version, the controls were just barbaric. You couldn't
Yeah, they were disastrous.
right-click a group of units and make them do anything like harvest, move, or attack. You always had to hit a keybind for every single command. H for harvest, M for move, A for attack. If you wanted to highlight multiple units, you also couldn't just drag your mouse. You had to always hit Control before clicking and dragging to create a selection box. And of course, there were no conveniences that we've come to expect in RTS games, like being able to control group certain units. To Blizzard's credit, this game did have very modern controls for its time. This was actually the first RTS ever to have multiple unit selection with groups up to 4 soldiers you could command at once. Although that doesn't make up for the fact that even if you wanted to do something like move your camera screen on the original, you couldn't just drag your mouse to the edge of the window. You also had to hold Control while doing even that. That's one of the things that this remastered version does so well. It introduces just enough niceties like right clicks and control groups and other modernized camera controls to make the game much more playable, but it doesn't give you everything you're used to in an RTS. There is no queuing units in buildings, no rally points or shift commands. The lack of these features feels appropriate for an older game since they are just conveniences, and the fact that they aren't included creates just enough friction that it makes the game a bit of a challenge to beat.
Yeah, but I think adding those elements in would actually be detrimental to an old game if they did a remaster to it. One of the things that made Warcraft feel so good was that you had to sit with the game. It had impact because it was slower. Right, everything felt less contemporary because the attacks, the world, the units attacking each other was a lot fucking slower. And because of that, it had more impact because you had time to sit and think about the things you were doing. I think adding in those newer elements to this old game, or not adding them in, was a good decision by them when they did the remaster. They've been working on an MMORPG for more than a decade. Man, I just realized my favorite game is over 30 years old. What the hell? Welcome to grandfather time. It doesn't get better. It just gets worse from here on out. What I got from the dev talks and the reveal information is that they're heavily leaning on this joy of movement and combat. Yeah, no, look, what I got out of the Guild Wars 3 thing is that we're going to get an ARPG with multiplayer elements that isn't really an MMORPG. It's probably going to be very isolated, not big servers. It's not going to have like raids and dungeons in the same way and aspect that you've gotten something like Guild Wars 2. I think a lot of people are doing the thing where they're fantasizing about what a brand new Guild Wars MMORPG is going to be. They're going to play the game. Game might still be good, but it's not going to be what they expected. Command & Conquer had a few good actors. I really like Tim Curry, who was the character Anatoly. Yeah, I love Tim Curry in Command & Conquer. I think all the live action stuff was actually really, really fun. I thought it was brilliant. I loved all of it. Tim Curry was exceptional. The guy who played Yuri was great. The American side of things, Tangia was amazing. Oh, Tangia. I busted so many nuts in that. Just thinking about that game as a kid. Take me back. Take me back to a time when I could bust a nut without thinking about taxes.
Slightly ashamed to say I needed to restart a few missions when playing through the game on my own, but that also makes this a fun game. A game's not at its best unless it's really pushing you to think hard about how to beat it. Anyway, though, the real highlight of this title was still the story, and Mission 8 is when the story kicks into high gear. It's now, we're told, the evil warlock Medivh has begun draining the soul of the land to increase his dark powers. As such, we need to take a party of soldiers into the Tower of Karazhan to go slay him and his minions. Although this Medivh character comes seemingly out of nowhere if you've only been paying attention to the game's manual explains the story a bit more, giving a year-by-year backstory on his origins and lore. There we learn in the year 559 he was born to a mysterious traveler woman who disappeared shortly after his birth. As such, he was taken into the court of King Rin III as a ward of the kingdom. Then, one night, it was revealed the poor child had some kind of curse, which caused him to inadvertently kill his own father in an explosion of magic before falling into a deep sleep. He only woke many
I forgot about that part.
years later as an adult and powerful mage, disappearing suspiciously close to when the horde of orcs showed up to attack Azeroth. That was when Medivh's mother returned, letting the kingdom know some dark force had corrupted her son, and that he was now a beacon of mystic power. As such, it falls on us to enter the tower where he resides.
Is this what the movie screwed up? The movie screwed up so much about the Warcraft lore that you might as well don't look at the movie, the Warcraft movie, as being an accurate representation of what happened in World of Warcraft or the history and story that they built up. Look at it in isolation and look at it as fan fiction, because it's not even fucking close. The movie rushes through like fucking hundreds of years and condenses it down into one thing. The movie screwed up so much about this. This happens over like hundreds of years in an arc, and they just compressed all of it down into one movie.
And slay him ourselves. And honestly, this was so cool to go back and experience after playing Warcraft 3. As a reminder, in that game, we learned that the prophet going around trying to save humanity and the orcs is Medivh, who mentions that he was trying to atone for some sort of sins as he previously doomed humanity. You don't really get to learn much more about it in that game. You have to go back and play the original to see exactly what happened, which is so cool. Anyway, I go into...
Because they respected the world and the story that they'd built up to that given point in time.
Karazhan and slay Medivh, which proves to be a challenge with some of the incredibly dangerous minions he summons, but I get the job done, allowing Stormwind to turn its attention back to the Horde. In the next series of missions, I'm told to take my army on the offense as I begin marching attacks against Blackhand and his Blackrock orcs scattered around the Borderlands and Black Morass. Things are going well enough until, suddenly, King Lane is assassinated. Some half-orc named Garona breached Stormwind Keep and managed to slay the Monarch. His last orders were apparently to make me the Grand Marshal of the army. Now we have to strike back, firstly by taking out a Temple of the Damned in another super fun dungeon crawl. Each one of these missions, of course, has not only progressed the story, but has continued unlocking new units for my race, now giving...
But Warcraft movie was just a fun movie. Don't watch it knowing the lore. It will disappoint. Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying, Daryl. That's why I say don't treat it in isolation. Watch it as you would watch a movie. Like, another good example of this is the series Castlevania, right? If you know the Castlevania lore and backstory and shit like that, go into the Castlevania series not thinking about any of that, and you will have a much better time than if you know all the lore and the backstory of it. Right? Do not watch it as if it's something that's going to be lore accurate. Just watch it in isolation. It's the same idea as whenever you see a movie that's based on a book series, and then everyone's like, yeah, but it's just not as good as the book, though. It's never going to be as good as the book. The book has a bunch of pages where a bunch of fucking story can happen that can't be compressed and condensed down into a movie. It'll never happen. It's the same thing with video games. You cannot compress all of it down. Just look at it in isolation and then judge it as a movie, and it'll either be good or it'll be dog shit. That's what it is. Except the Castlevania series is still cringe on its own. I think it was good. I like the setup of it. It kind of fell off, I think, by season 2. But I like the beginning of it. I like the beginning of it, and I looked at it in isolation.
Giving me access to my entire forces, including the ultra-powerful water elementals.
But Lord of the Rings may be the sole exception. It's not. It's not. Even Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, they were trying to be as respectful to these core source material as possible, but they left out entire characters and entire backstories and things around it, like Tom Bombadil, for example. They just threw that out the window because they knew they couldn't add that into the movie, but they were still exceptional movies, right? But that's also because they were highly respectful of the source material itself.
Once researched, are creatures that can be summoned by my mages that only last for a timed limit, but they are incredibly powerful and are super fun to spam in the last few missions. It's always fun at the end of an RTS campaign when you get to go mass units like this. The campaign finale comes shortly after, when we march an assault on Blackrock Spire to slay Blackhand and finally push the Horde back. In terms of levels, this one feels like a doozy, as I have my water elementals I can spam, and I'm even given a mage from the start, so I can summon one right away. But the orcs also have their own necrolytes that can summon their version of this unit, the demons, who hit even harder. Not only that, but I also have to destroy 2 Horde bases before I can even march on Blackrock Spire, a pretty tall task considering that I need to fight all these enemies while also holding off the harassment coming from the Horde foes that keep on attacking my peasants, trying to damage my economy. It takes some macro, but it's not too difficult, as after a while I managed to succeed, destroying the Horde's chain of command, at which point I'm rewarded with the game's ending. The only reward you were given for beating the campaign is the ending, which honestly feels really cool. I forgot that—
What? No skins? What? They didn't give me some extra little reward? Huh? It's almost like video games were meant to be played for fun and enjoyment in the backstory and the gameplay or something. I can't believe they did that. What monsters? Jesus. Remember that something's changed about video games, right? Where back in the day, the reward for playing the video game was playing the video game itself. Now, games are so shitty that they feel like they have to give you something to make up for the fact that they shoved you through the fucking story of the game.
that old games used to just have these simple endings that might only give you a victory screen with maybe some special art or animation alongside text telling you what happened next, but that still felt so satisfying. The human campaign's ending isn't necessarily anything special, although it does hint that there is still the unresolved issue of trying to figure out how the orcs made their way into Azeroth in the first place.
Yeah, zoom in on his balls. That's a good idea.
Which we will get to in just a moment, because of course, the story is not done. In fact, there is something I have been hiding from you all so far. While Warcraft 3 and many later RTS titles would have multiple campaigns that all told separate arcs in the single continuous narrative of the game, back in Orcs and Humans, that was not the case. In this game, these campaigns just told two separate sides of the same story, with one of them being considered canon that actually happened. Now,
yeah, they were kind of the same story from both sides, and one side wins, and then they decided which one was canon later. But I think what they did with Warcraft 3 was a hands-down upgrade, because it was all consistent narrative, and they didn't have to like do this thing where they worried about which one was going to be canon and which one wasn't later, and then upset certain parts of player bases and stuff like that. I do think that was an upgrade when they moved to Warcraft 3.
The human campaign does have a lot of bits and pieces of the lore that are considered true. Sir Anduin Lothar really was one of Azeroth's champions who did go into the Deadmines in search of the Tome of Divinity and needed rescuing. King Lane Rin really was the ruler of Stormwind during this era and really was assassinated by the half-orc Garona. And of course, Medivh's story was all true. He really was born to a mysterious traveler woman who was cursed in some way we don't know yet, before then becoming a powerful mage who was slain in the Tower of Karazhan, although canonically he was killed by Anduin Lothar and his apprentice Khadgar instead of me. But all that being said, this game is playing through the events of what happened during the First War in Azeroth, and the victors of that war were not the humans.
Yep, it was the orcs.
In the Orc campaign, you take on the role of second-in-command to Blackhand, who again is the current war chief of the Horde. That means you play as Orgrim Doomhammer, who you can tell is an important character since he is who Orgrimmar will be named after many years later. The Orcs, coming from their—
Did the king die due to half-orcussy? No, if you see the retcons that they did, the king died because he couldn't fit into the pink wheelchair that Blizzard gave him. And you can't have a fully functional, non-disabled white male within a game anymore. That's just illegal. But to answer your question, yeah.
Their homeworld of Draenor had been filled with bloodlust, going around conquering and enslaving basically every race on their home planet. Even after many victories, though, they hadn't satisfied their craving for war, which created a risk that the various clans of orcs might begin fighting each other. That was when the Warlock clan, sensing the danger to their race, found a way to open a portal to Azeroth, which, after a series of events, kicked off the Horde's invasion. Now, Blackhand has assigned us to an outpost where we are meant to take a battalion of our own clan's forces and fight the humans. And this campaign is just as fun, if a bit more challenging than the human one. It all starts off very similar, with many missions mirroring their human counterparts. The first level, of course, is a tutorial where once again we're taught how to scout for gold mines and construct basic buildings. The next few see us attacking humans in the Swamp of Sorrows, and eventually we're told to sack the town of Grand Hamlet, a settlement that we're going to cause such devastation to. Humans will eventually...
No, it's canon that a strong, independent Garona who didn't need no Gul'dan to control her slew him. Of course, how could I have forgotten? Thank you for correcting me. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd dye my hair blue if I had any.
Have to rename it to the Darker Shire it becomes. One of the famous fun facts about this game is that Blizzard wanted to ensure gameplay was balanced competitively in multiplayer matches, so they made every unit between the orcs and humans nearly identical. The footmen for the Alliance had the same armor, damage, attack speed, and sight as their counterparts, the grunts for the orcs, for example. This mirroring was true for most units, each having a counterpoint that the opposite race could build, but there were still a few unique differences that would naturally lead some players to prefer playing one race over the other. A few of those differences were minor stat tweaks, like the human archers had 1 point greater range than the orc spearmen, but
but that's because you didn't use the spearmen with the orcs. What you did was you used the raiders and you rushed people down as hard as possible, and you put a line of grunts in front of them so that it wasn't as big of an issue.
Orc spearmen had 1 point greater damage. My favorite difference, though, is that each race had unique keybinds. Again, going back to a comparison with Dune 2, up until Warcraft, most RTS games were mostly played with only the mouse. Any hotkeys that were available were normally ubiquitous across any playable races or factions. I'm sure Blizzard were originally tempted to do the same thing when creating Warcraft and mirror hotkeys across races, if for nothing else than for the sake of balance, but instead, they chose not to. It was only for the basic soldier units made in the barracks, but Horde players built their 4 main units with U, S, R, and T, while the Alliance players built theirs with F, A, K, and T. This small difference might not seem like much, but play this game long enough, and you will start to build a little bit of muscle memory.
Yeah, you get into this mental conditioning mode. I remember this happening to me. I'd played the human part, and then I tried to play the orcs, and I kept on slapping the human keys. I remember this.
If you're someone that naturally keeps their hand around the ASDW keys, you're going to have a lot easier time playing the Alliance if you want to rush footmen, since you are going to be spamming the F key when building units in your barracks, compared to the Horde, who have to jump all the way over to the U key for their grunts. However, if you would rather go mass knights, that's going to be a lot more difficult for the Alliance, who have to go all the way over to hit K instead of hitting R for the orcs to build their Wolf Rider.
And that's why you rushed raiders if you were playing orcs. But he's missing something. You see, back in the day, no one did this. No one played like they were like someone who was a typesetter or someone who was skilled with a keyboard. We used our index fingers like men. We just fucking poked buttons until it happened like chimpanzees on typewriters.
I'm not sure you could say one is superior to the other. They probably even out, but the simple fact that there are unequal moments like this between the two races will naturally leave some players drifting toward playing one or the other, and the more they keep playing the race, the more that's going to get ingrained in their muscle memory, which is so cool. Even from the very first Warcraft, there were little ways Blizzard found to make players identify a preference with either playing Horde or Alliance. Getting back to the campaign, though, Mission 4 is when we get to see some divergence in the story, which further characterizes the difference between races. While the human version of this mission saw us plunge into the Dead Mines to save Anduin Lothar, in the orc version, we learn that Blackhand's daughter, Griselda, has run off with a band of ogre outlaws, and we are sent into the Dead Mines to slay her at the...
I could just imagine this being rewritten. In millennialisms, Garona was tired of the men in her village. She's found them sexist and misogynist, and she wanted some big ogre cock. I can already see how this is going to be written in the modern day if they redid the story.
The war chief's request. Not only does this show us how brutal the Horde is firsthand, but we also get to see their ruthlessness in the actual gameplay. If you remember, we had human clerics to heal our soldiers in the human version of this mission, but one of the other differences between races are the spells that the mages cast. For the orcs, we have necrolytes who cannot heal, instead having the ability to raise the dead from corpses nearby.
It's a little weird how G-Bay is trying his best to retrofit all the small game details as intentional choices made by the devs when it probably wasn't. Yeah, you know what? They probably didn't think about that when they were designing the game originally. What they thought was, we need a key on the keyboard that people can recognize that fits with the name of the character we were doing, but I think he's trying to retrofit it, and I think he's talking more about the effect that it had on the players rather than an intentional decision by the devs,
making it a bit trickier to get through this dungeon as each one of our allies falls. I managed to complete it though, which rewards me with the next mission, where I am sent to establish an outpost in the Red Ridge Mountains. Blackhand is the leader of the Blackrock Orcs, which means I am the reason there are Blackrock Orcs out in the Red Ridge Mountains. Ah, how cool is that? Mission 6 gives us a bit more unique level design with another throwback to WoW. Here we get to attack and raise the town of Sunnyglade, but rather than destroy all of it, we're told we have to keep a tower intact so the orcs can study the research the humans had been doing into magic there. Firstly, this is a great bit of game design, having to raise a whole town while keeping one building alive. And it's also a little bit of a challenge considering how damage works in this game. I haven't mentioned it yet, but some of the difficulty that comes in playing these missions comes from how tough the units can be to control. Units aren't quite as responsive as they'll be in later RTS titles, and one of the most powerful units in this game, the catapult, does not have regular locked-on attacks. Instead, it fires an AoE projectile that will land wherever a unit was when fired. And since it hits AoE, this can either wipe out your whole army if you leave them clamped up exposed to an enemy catapult,
I never used catapults because I was too retarded to figure them out.
or you can even damage your own units from afar if your AoE is not very careful. I managed to besiege the town though and destroy Sunnyglade apart from its tower, and that is when I noticed something really cool. If you take a look at the map layout in this mission and compare it to classic WoW's world map, you can see that the tower we have to leave standing eventually becomes the Tower of Azor.
Yep, that's right, because they cared about it back then.
In Elwyn Forest. That is such a cool throwback. Again, I can't help but geek out every time I see something like this. I'm sorry.
I know it's a little funny, though, how much you can pull out with hindsight. Yeah, he's going deep into these details and stuff as if they thought about every single thing. And I think that's because I think this is not a him problem so much as it is a modern game design problem, right? Where we expect the devs and shit to have thought about all these little teeny tiny decisions they made over a long period of time. And so you go back and so you're taking the modern lens and you're looking at how they designed it in the past. I do think that's a little bit of an issue, but still, these the reason that he's probably doing that is, I'm just going to say it, some of these games were better than any of the shit we get today.
Of course, the story doesn't end there. In our very next mission, we're told that Blackhand has overextended his forces, allowing us, Orgrim Doomhammer, to march our orcs, overthrowing his leadership and becoming the war chief of the Horde ourselves, which I happily do. By now, I'm getting used to the catapult.
Wait, I disagree. The Tower of Azor being a reference to a mission in Warcraft 1 makes perfect sense. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. When I'm talking about the key controls and shit like that, right? The Tower of Azor and like all the decisions and the map making that was done for World of Warcraft vanilla, they directly pulled from this lore. They did that intentionally. I'm talking about like keybinds and stuff like that, where the devs didn't really think about those components so much. They were just like, we need to match this up with what we've called the characters, so we're going to put it on the keyboard.
Catapults beginning to understand their power, and it feels really fun to complete our coup in the middle of the First War. The next mission keeps the pace of things going, as Garona has been captured by the humans and is being held in Northshire Abbey, likely just before assassinating King Lane, so we have to go in and save her. This is another great mission that's even more of a challenge from the last dungeon crawl, since, again, we have no healers. What we do have instead are necrolytes, as well as a few low-health peons who are prisoners that we can set free, with the implication being clear. We are meant to slay our own allies so we can raise them as undead, making the trek through this dungeon easier, something I actually have to do because this level is so challenging I failed it the first time. In the next few missions, we lead our forces to victory in the First War, raising a variety of more human villages. Some of these are more name drops, like when we're sent to destroy Goldshire and Moonbrook, two more places you obviously get to see in classic WoW. Actually, on that note, can I say, look how accurate the world map is here compared to the Azeroth we see.
And they just pulled it. They pulled it from their old maps and they threw it into the game. It was brilliant.
In World of Warcraft. Another huge shout out to Bill Roper and Chris Metzen for crafting a world in this game that is quality enough it could last with minimal changes for literal decades. After all that work though, we enter the campaign's finale. Now it's time for us to march the Horde on Stormwind Keep and sack the human capital. By now I've unlocked my version of the Water Elemental, the Demons, who again are slightly different in that they have a melee attack rather than ranged, but hit much harder by comparison. Even so, this mission is pretty tough. Now I not only need to destroy 3 Alliance bases, but I also have to do so while fending off attacks from raiding parties that include invisible units that can pop up out of nowhere and kill my peons. I didn't even realize invisibility was a spell the human mages could get. I keep on amassing an army and taking down enemy structures, even though I constantly...
It probably didn't take that much effort to keep the maps consistent. It didn't take that much effort because the map design was brilliant from day one. The mastery and skill that they had for the map design was taking all those maps and then translating it into a third-person MMORPG. That still took an exceptional amount of talent to be able to get that right between their initial games that were RTS based and then move that over into WoW itself. That's where the brilliance came in, is not just the map consistency, but then designing the world up close using those maps.
Find myself crippled from the harass coming from those cowardly Alliance, but after a while I managed to destroy the human base and march on Stormwind Keep, successfully destroying the city, kickstarting all the trouble that the Stonemasons Guild and Defias Brotherhood are about to have to go through. In our victory screen we can see how things played out in the end. The Horde have claimed victory, scattering the Alliance survivors up north, as Doomhammer is now cemented as War Chief, and the Orcish Shadow Council hints that there are lands across the Great Sea we should explore further. The Warlocks also wish to experiment a bit more with the Dark Portal so we can potentially subjugate other worlds, although that is a story for another time. But all in all, holy hell, this game is good. I honestly just wanted to play through this game in this video before doing anything else, so I could say that I had a complete picture of the lore in the Warcraft franchise, but I did not expect that the gameplay was going to be so fun and the lore was going to run so deep. Warcraft 1 really showed that all the great things this series would come to be known for were present from the very start, which is insane to see firsthand. But of course, this is not the game that's better than sex.
No, that's still coming. One thing you kind of realize comparing older games with newer ones, the old designers designed for stories and purpose. The designers we have now designed for checklists. Yes, it's an even worse problem than that, right? So to add on top of that, because you're 100% right about that, is what they do now is there's a bunch of people in universities and stuff who do psychological studies and stuff, and they try to take qualitative data and put it down to a quantitative metric. Right? And what happens is then people inside the gaming industry look at the quantitative metric that's been assigned to the qualitative data, and then they use a number or a digit or some kind of tracking metric to try and keep you around. And they lose the magic of what made it unique and interesting in the first place, because qualitative data is a completely different thing from quantitative data. But they want it to be a number so that they can track it. Right? They're not thinking about the magic and wonder in your eyes anymore when you see the story or you see the tie-ins or why you love the game. They're like, okay, well, this player spent 1 hour in the game, which means that at 1 hour there was probably a problem. It's not like he got up to take a shit or something or deal with something else. Instead, it must have been because that's bad, so now we're going to go and change that. They don't get it, right? Modern game devs don't get it, right? They're all trying to put everything you do down to a number. When these guys designed the story, do you think they were sitting there, when they designed these games, do you think they were sitting around that office thinking about metrics and checklists and numbers and all of that shit of what they were going to extract from their player base? Or do you think they were like, why did you put that in the story, Bob? Because it's badass. That's why. Good answer, Bob. You need a raise. That's what they did. They were like, yeah, put it in there because it's sick as fuck. And I think people will really love it. That's what they did. Now it's all down to, you got to have this much diversity, and you've got to keep the player on the game for this long, and we know exactly the metric that's gonna, like, we can pop up 3 windows before the person has an I quit moment. So if we just put in 2 windows and then the 3rd window later, it's more likely to keep them around. So that's what we're going to do.
Just 1 year after Orcs and Humans released, Blizzard managed to build and release the game's sequel, Warcraft II: Tides of Darkness. And if any game was a single catalyst to Blizzard's eventual world dominance, it was this one. Warcraft II was a milestone not just in dwarfing its predecessor in sales figures, but it also had so many more innovations it brought to the quickly exploding RTS genre.
Yeah, it actually advanced the formula. You know, there's that one post on 4chan that popped off a while ago where it was someone taking a picture of like old graphics of a video game, and it was like boomers and millennials shit their pants over seeing these graphics. And the first response to it was some guy saying, listen, I know you don't understand this, Zoomer, but because you've seen no advancement within video games at all, you don't know how magical it was. Because there was no advancement. They've seen no advancement. It's full stagnation now.
This was the first game that allowed players to use a right click to command units rather than those keybinds. This was a game that included sea and aerial combat alongside the basic land battles everyone had come to love. And this was the game that cemented the tone for the Warcraft franchise. Of course, Warcraft over the years would come to be known for its incredible ability to thread some very dark and metal storylines alongside more lighthearted jokes, which paired as these beautiful opposites.
Which were just so fucking badass.
The first game had a few jokes, like if players clicked repeatedly on a single unit, that unit would start to get annoyed.
What? What do you want? Why do you keep touching me?
Warcraft 2, though, took this tone and ran with it. In this game, not only...
And then they advanced it again in Warcraft 3, and they kept the soul. They kept the soul in the game. That's what it was.
Only were there all sorts of Easter eggs to be found and other sneaky jokes that players might stumble across, but Blizzard went so far as to create specialized versions of stuff like voice lines for the review copies they sent out to gaming publications.
I love your publication. Remember, a good review for Warcraft 2.
This is what they used to have to do in the day to get good reviews for their video game. Now instead, you just send all your female employees to suck some cock. I miss these nerds. I miss these nerds so goddamn much. Graphic stagnation, in part, due to the human eye versus the number of pixels. At some point, you just can't tell there's any advancement. It's even worse than that as well, because everyone is so obsessed with graphics. I've been thinking about this for a while. Do you know why everyone's so obsessed with graphics? It's not the players who care about graphics. It's the investors who do, because they don't play video games. So the only significant change that they can see in a video game from one to another is how good the graphics are. And so you want to go for this high advancement, and you hyper-focus down on the graphical fidelity, because it's quite literally one of the only things that these retards who give them money understand or see any kind of difference or variation in. And it made games shittier because there's such a hyper-focus down on graphics that no one gives a shit anymore about the gameplay or the story or what you're going to be remembering when you're going to be going to bed that night. It's just this. Not just investors, normie gamers too. Most normies don't stick around long enough to play those games, but yes, you are right.
The best writer in all the land. Have we kissed your butt enough yet?
Most importantly for our purposes, this was the game where Bill Roper handed off story direction to his manual designer, Chris Metzen, who expanded the Warcraft universe beyond anything anyone could have expected. Warcraft 2 opens with another cinematic letting us know that this game takes place 6 years after the First War, the Horde having won after sacking Stormwind Keep forced humanity to flee across the sea north, where they set up a new human capital of Lordaeron. There, humans formed a proper alliance with the dwarves and high elves of the region that helped them expand their arsenal for defense. Meanwhile, Orgrim Doomhammer is preparing to lead the Horde to chase down the human survivors, eager to wipe out their new capital out of fear that if he doesn't, humanity will exact revenge. All of this kicks off what will come to be known as the Second War, where we will see a variety of beloved characters featured in this game. Sir Anduin Lothar from the first has been promoted to Lord Regent and leads the Alliance forces, whereas the Horde is still primarily led by Orgrim, but also the leader of the Warlock clan, Gul'dan. Once again, we can dive into the manual to find a bit more detail, namely that Gul'dan was the one who worked with Medivh to open the Dark Portal in the first place, bringing the Horde.
I shudder to say this because of what one of you said earlier. Gul'dan's design there quite literally looks like modern females in video games. Gul'dan might have actually been a woman. Normie gamers aren't going to give a handful of salty losers from Respawn $500 million for High Guard. Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. But they'll do it via investment because the investors are normies. They won't play the game. They'll never play the game because this whole idea of the modern audience and these normies and shit, they all support all this progressiveness and shit in video games, but they never play the games because they're not gamers. They're not people who play these video games or give a shit about them ever. Grind rewards killed the soul of storytelling in most games. Yes, because they wanted to keep you on a content treadmill. They decided that grinding was more important than their story, and that was such a mess. And they fucked up gameplay as well with that.
Of orcs to Azeroth, as the two were apparently scheming to try and find some strange tomb of Sargeras, only stopped short when Medivh was slain. Maybe most impressively to me, though, this game has another world map included that is shockingly accurate to what we see the Eastern Kingdoms look like in Warcraft 3 and Classic.
Yep.
WoW. Oh, it's so good. But before I get sucked into geeking out over the manual again, let's go ahead and dive into our first campaign, this time starting with the orcs. If you've played this game before, you probably know why I want to save the human campaign for the end. The orc
I'll say it again. The human campaign was better. Warcraft 1 and 2, I preferred the human campaigns, and I can't believe I'm saying that because I preferred Horde in WoW.
Campaign kicks off with another tutorial teaching me once again about how to build a base. Here I'm meant to build a series of farms and a barracks at Zoldair so I can prepare to launch an attack on Lordaeron in the near future. Already you can see that this game has some impressive innovations, especially when compared to Warcraft 1. For instance, this was the first RTS to introduce a non-permanent fog of war, where I can still scout the map to reveal obscured terrain, but now if I want permanent vision, I need to build structures or leave units close by, an idea that obviously became revolutionary for the genre. After learning basics, mission...
And then it became the standard. These guys set the fucking milestones. Sent you a picture of my cock. Why you no respond? The fuck? I thought that was your thumb. WoW team were gamers, extremely talented at game building and launched something legendary. Talent is missing in the game. Yeah, because it's not so... Like, these guys were nerds, right? These guys were nerds with a dream who wanted to build something. Fuck you, guy. All right. These guys wanted to build something fantastic, right? They didn't care about what was your degree or where did you go to university. They didn't care about, oh, well, you worked at this job and you know this guy from this company, so we're going to pull you in because we need to be all incestuous and nepotistic about it. It wasn't a walled garden. It was you build cool shit or you don't. Nothing else mattered.
Mission 2 teaches me about the new races introduced. This one features a rescue mission where I need to go and save the troll Zoljin, leader of the Amani tribe, who has been captured by some humans nearby. This is our first experience with a unique dungeon crawl mission in the game's sequel, which is fun to see one of these so early, especially since we have another non-traditional goal of leading a trapped unit back to this circle of power. Upon unlocking my spearmen, we are then introduced to our first bit of naval combat, where we learn how to construct a shipyard and build an armada, something we can only do after collecting oil from various deposits across the sea. That's a little bit of a modern resource for this fantasy setting, but hey, it's fine. After learning all of that, we then get into our first proper missions, raising the town of Hillsbrad and completing Act...
Man, I've got so much fucking nostalgia about these games. Jesus Christ, it's hitting me so fucking hard right now. Oh.
1, which rewards us with a pretty horrifying cutscene.
But I come back and we're comparing sausages. All right, I'll have at it. Oh, you'll have at it. I'll sit this one out. But that's what Discord's for, is sending pictures of your penis to underage children. Just like Twitch. You gotta jump in. Get on that list. This game was so good, you have no idea. This game makes me hard. It engorges me. All 2 inches. Damn, it's so good. Oh, it was beautiful. I can't express it. I can't explain how good of a time this game was.
Wow, the Warcraft universe is so metal. I say that in every one of my videos now, but I can't get over it. Orgrim is pleased at the destruction I've wrought on human civilization and now tasks me to head to the Dwarven lands of Khazmodan. Here, I should help secure the region of Dunmoder for the Horde, pressing forward further toward Lordaeron. In general, Act 2 continues as an RTS does, introducing new units I unlocked.
What if you don't have a sausage? It's the internet. Everyone's a man. Don't fall into that trap. You think you've got an online WoW GF, and it turns out to be a fat, hairy trucker who's just waiting to do the next delivery? Yeah, don't fall into that trap. Sure, he might wear lingerie. Sure, he might be in that tight pink lace little thing, but the second he comes around, you're going to see two nuts hanging out each side of those panties. Don't get trapped. Everyone on the internet is a dude.
Teaching me about more features of this game, like the ability to build new town halls for expansion. But Act 2 is mainly significant because this is when you learn that Tides of Darkness is a pretty hard game. Okay, keep in mind, this was released back in the era when games had no difficulty settings, and however difficult the game was going to be was how difficult it was going to be. Games in general skewed on the harder side, as developers back then wanted to make sure that customers felt like they got their money's worth with a real challenge that required some thought and skill and
They cared about their customers.
investment if they wanted to see the end. But even by those standards, Warcraft 2 is a shockingly challenging game at parts. We aren't at its most difficult by a long shot. Currently, the most frustrating part of gameplay comes from having to hunt down every single last human building and unit across the map to claim victory. But with all the mechanics that we now have to juggle between land and sea and eventually air, all while also still not having the conveniences of things like rally points or building groups or unit queuing, it's going to make the game pretty challenging by the end. Anyway, after destroying a city named Stormguard, the capital of the human nation in the Arathi Highlands, we are then treated to another great cinematic, including the turtle submarines that the Horde now has access to. Absolutely adorable. Fittingly, our next mission is then naval-based, requiring us to raise an army to go and destroy a late-game building, a human castle that stands on the middle of a well-defended island. We're told that we have to go and do this so we can capture a runestone that will allow Gul'dan to teach our ogres how to cast various magics. And I'm going to be honest, this is the first mission I really struggled with. Okay, having to both raise an army...
And that's what made it so good, was the sexual thrill of winning. There was actually challenge in these video games. Power in Africa. Yeah, I know, for 2 days in a row. Well, technically, I should have been streaming yesterday, but I wasn't because I had some other stuff to deal with.
Strong enough that you don't just get wiped by the insane defenses this island has, while also making sure you build up a large enough separate army to defend...
1 and 2, the orcs were just savages. So, I think... back in the day, the orcs were meant to be as, like, metal and as brutal and as fucking hardcore as possible with no punches pulled. Because they were meant to be, like, this brutal alien race that had showed up and were just fucking up everything around them. And then at some point in World of Warcraft, they started humanizing the orcs. Right, they kind of did it in Warcraft 3, but there was still a lot of that brutality and savagery in Warcraft 3. But it went so much further in Warcraft to the point that because of all these modern writers and all this other bullshit and all these political narratives, they quite literally see orcs as black people, which is fucking wild. It's wild to me that they look at an alien race that is brutal and savage and aggressive and attacking and destroying everything and ripping everything down and like, you know, they're summoning demons and being pure evil and stuff. And then they're like, a minority. Oh, man. They can't help themselves.
Your base from the multiple human settlements that are going to all come at you at the same time. Not to mention, you're on a resource limit because it's not that hard to run out of gold in the only few gold mines you have nearby. Yeah, I'll be honest, I cheesed it. If you're struggling with this mission, you can send a destroyer that can attack the castle you need to take down from the sea.
You could also use cheats. I remember that the second time I played through this, I just used cheats because I just wanted to experience the story again.
In a position where none of the human units are going to have vision or range to attack it back. It still took me ages to build up a large enough force to take the island after that, because I didn't realize that I just needed to have one unit go touch the runestone after the castle was down. But hey, you don't get to call me bad unless you've beat this mission legit yourself. Now with the runestone in our possession, Gul'dan is able to unlock various spells for our ogres, and we use our newly powered units to press forward into Tyr's hand, establishing a base that can cut off supply lines to quell the loss. Once that's done, we're in a position to go and lay siege to the Alliance's primary oil-producing city, the city of Strathholm. God, Strathholm just can't catch a break. Finally, though, once we raise that stronghold to the ground, we march onward to quell the loss. Apparently, our success has inspired Gul'dan to create the Death Knights, which we use to march on the Elven capital, destroying that bastion too. All is going well for the Horde, but that is the moment that the plot is about to get a major twist.
Orc can't be black, the orc peons work. No. That one's been, they've kind of, so peons for the orcs were essentially slaves and stuff like that. They were like this almost sub-orc race that weren't treated as like real orcs and stuff, and they got rid of that entirely. They can be real orcs too. Man, fuck, I miss these days so much because like everyone's so obsessed with this idea of no, but we need to humanize them so that people see that there's a lot more nuance and how complex and interesting we made things. So goblins, there's a lot I can say about goblins. There's a lot I can say about goblins, but that'll get me banned. The old school goblins in Warcraft, they inspired themselves from somewhere. Mayhap, even J.K. Rowling may have played Warcraft back in the day, and that's where she got some inspiration from.
In the following act, we learn that Gul'dan has betrayed the Horde. Nobody understands why, but the Warlock has run off with his forces, raising volcanic islands from the ocean's
You know the joke about goblins. Which one?
floor in search of the Tomb of Sargeras. All of this should sound pretty familiar if you've played through the Frozen Throne, and it is very cool seeing this cinematic depicting something where I know exactly what's happening, even though I'm sure it was a mystery to kids back in 1995. Our task is to go and destroy what remains of Gul'dan's forces, the Orc Stormweaver clan and the Twilight's Hammer Ogres. I personally love this level. This kind of setting and narrative device is the perfect thing for a game centered around introducing naval combat. I get to be sailing around this archipelago of islands
Goblin these nuts. No, you're thinking about a mind goblin.
that Gul'dan raised, wiping out his forces, although his fate is obviously left a mystery until the next game. With the subversive armies taken care of, it's now time to lead the Horde to attack Lordaeron. Before we do that, we first need to take out Dalaran to cripple the Alliance defenses, another city that can't catch a break. They put up a hell of a fight. These later missions are when the difficulty in Warcraft 2 really starts to ramp up, especially since both sides have now unlocked catapults, where once again, AoE damage from these can wipe out your forces, either from an enemy's catapult or your own friendly fire. AoE becomes even more of a threat when you unlock the final units, Dragons for the Horde and Griffin Riders for the Alliance. These units are insanely strong and deal massive AoE in a line of attack, but once again, they can hurt your own units if you don't micro carefully. And microing is actually surprisingly hard in this game, because the way it works here is that if a unit does an attack, that unit cannot perform any other action until it would be ready to attack again. This is in contrast to modern RTS games where players can move units around between attacks, but here, if you aren't able to attack again, you aren't able to move either, so heavy hitters that require a long recovery.
Yeah, I remember you had to hold still. You had to hold still to get things to attack, and if you moved around too much, you were fucked. BG3, fuck you, phone Mike. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. My playthrough on Baldur's Gate. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 is going really fun. I've grabbed the goblin and beat the other goblin to death with it as a paladin. You should do a Dark Urge playthrough where you go into the goblin camp and start eating dwarf in front of everyone.
Period can be sitting ducks. It feels really frustrating at first, but the more you play this game, the more you get used to it, and even start to find it really fun, if for no other reason than the challenge. By the final mission, when I am laying siege to Lordaeron, I'm mostly mass building dragons, although still on the edge of my seat, trying to micro them around correctly. In general, I think the best way I can describe Warcraft 2 is by saying it's that kind of game where you don't realize how tense you are while you're playing it. It's not until you stand up from your computer after you're done that you feel a twinge in your back because your shoulders have been scrunched up the entire time while you were grinding.
Yeah, and then you get up, you breathe a sigh of relief, and you feel so fucking relaxed. I remember that exact feeling.
Out missions. Anyway, after however many hours, I finished the York campaign, wiping out Lordaeron, which rewards me with another banger cinematic that is once again so brutal.
Okay, this is really important. This cinematic's really important, right? I want you to look at how hardcore this shit was with this trash-ass graphics. And then I want you to think about every single cinematic you've seen, right? I'm gonna actually prepare something for you, right? I want you to see this. You need to understand how bad the contrast is for someone like me, for some old ass, cranky ass fuck like me. You need to understand this difference, right? There's no other way for me to properly express how low Blizzard has fallen than this right here. Listen to the voice acting as well.
Gosh.
Okay, so you see that trailer? Like, okay, modern Blizzard by comparison. Okay, pretty cool, right? It's okay. Looks like they're remembering their roots, and then they fuck it up.
Yes! yes! Woo!
What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you, Blizzard? They gave you hope just to rip it away from you. What in the fuck is wrong with modern Blizzard? How could they not understand that they're just wiping their ass with everything they've built before? This seems like a parody in contrast. It's almost, it feels like, oh God, I don't even know how to describe it. They've taken World of Warcraft and somehow turned it into Animal Crossing. Fuck me.
Okay.
Jesus, they did such a horrific job with this.
What a horrifying cutscene we get. The orcs in Warcraft sure used to be evil. If nothing else, this game has certainly taught me that. The narrative in Warcraft 2 is a little bit different compared to its predecessor, in that this game doesn't have two alternate timelines for each campaign, with only one being
I will say it again, if you want to fix WoW, move the offices to Iran. You know what? I'm not against that. I'm actually not against that. Move it somewhere out of the US. Put it in a third world. It'll fix that shit up real quick.
considered canon. What's considered to have actually happened in this sequel does include quite a bit from the Horde playthrough. The Runestone really was captured by Horde forces and used by Gul'dan to train the Ogre Magi. Zul'jin and the Amani Trolls really were rescued by Doomhammer after being captured by the Alliance. Much of the High Elf land is actually destroyed by the Horde. Stormguard really does fall in the Arathi Highlands. The lands surrounding Lordaeron are also destroyed, and the city only stands because Gul'dan really did betray Ogrim, pulling his forces from battle to leave and search for the tomb of Sargeras. But
did they forget that the orcs use alliance races as slave cattle? Yes, they completely forgot that. They ignored that history. They threw out the entire orc history of the brutality and savagery and making deals with demons and all of that shit. Tossed that out the window. Now the orcs are demanding reparations from the alliance. That's where we are.
if you want the true canonical ending, you have to beat the human campaign, which might just be the most difficult challenge you ever see in an RTS.
It was so good.
The human campaign begins when the King of Lordaeron gives me orders to go off and build some outposts to help fight back against the orcs who've been harassing human settlements in South Shore and Hillsbrad. These early missions once again serve as a variety of tutorials the same way all the other campaigns did, explaining how to build buildings, unlocking new units through rescue.
I forgot to mention, one of the best upgrades that Warcraft 2 had over Warcraft 1 was you didn't have to build roads. You weren't playing the pavement, man. This is why I like games like this, Dark Souls and old tank control Resident Evil. Your actions have weight and you have to decide when and how to attack, not just APM spam and call it tactics. Yes, you actually had to apply some brain power to this because it was almost like there was a puzzle you were trying to resolve in real time and there were consequences for fucking up. And you may have to restart the mission if you screwed it up. And you had to then like figure out a new plan, or you had to do the same plan you had, but at twice the speed or at twice the efficiency. You actually developed. You grew as a person while playing these games. They were so good. Even putting the officers underwater might cause some fish to bump a keyboard once in a while and write a better backstory. Look, you could throw the keyboards down a pair of staircases in the Blizzard offices and it would write a better story than what these fucking clowns keep coming up with. Pretty sure the orcs could beat the crap out of the Char. I'm thinking Warhammer, but they're kind of the same in WoW. Depends which orcs you're talking about, Gresh. Are we talking about... Are we talking about old school orcs? See if I can find it. Are we talking about the really, really old school orcs? Damn it, I need to find this picture. Are we, okay, here we go. Here we go. Are we talking about these orcs? These orcs right here? Which would fucking destroy the Char. The levels of brutality and aggression. The willingness to do absolutely anything to win. Or are we talking about these orcs? Which one are you talking about? Because one of those orcs beats the Char handily. And the other orc, they're bending over and taking off their pants because they think the Char look kind of sexy. Which one are we talking about here? Two different types of orcs, same franchise, but two completely different types of orcs. By a country mile. You know what game I really loved? Hardly anyone has heard of? Kuldeka. Yeah, I haven't heard of it either. Story was great. The battle system was awful. But the voice acting was top-notch. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. I got lost in Spellforce as a kid. That was my shit as well. We're talking about Warcraft 2 orcs, not American women that do cultural appropriation looking like orcs. Yes, okay, so those orcs, Warcraft 2 orcs, they might have actually even given the Warhammer 40k orcs a run for their fucking money, right? The levels of savagery and brutality, the willingness to do anything, the fact that there's no level too low for them, that they would do anything to win. And you know what? This is something that used to be a part of the orc lore in Warcraft, is the orcs didn't just do these things. They fucking loved doing it. They enjoyed it. Man, it was so good. They were like, I'm evil, and I love being evil. I'm going to peel your skin off and eat your skull in front of your children now. Like, they did not care. They loved doing that shit. Can't stay too long. Where all the orc women at? Yeah, they're inside the Blizzard offices now, deciding the story. That's where they are. Old school Flame Legion might stand a chance. Old school... Maybe they'd stand a chance, just because the Char tend to be very innovative and stuff, and the orcs weren't very innovative so much as they were just brutally aggressive. Maybe. New ones? Nah.
Ski missions and teaching the basics of naval combat. Even though this is pretty much the 4th time I'm going through this RTS tutorializing, I honestly found this campaign's early missions crazy fun anyway, because the king that's sending me on these missions now, it's King Tyrannus. Yeah, yep. That one. The admiral teaching me about naval combat is Admiral Proudmoore.
Jaina's dad. Hey, remember how Jaina murdered her father for the orcs? And then they did an entire battle for Azeroth, where she goes through a whole story, gets to the end and goes, murder's bad, I'm gay. How they fucked up Jaina, how she went all hardcore and then all of a sudden switched up on us like it was The Last of Us 2. Fuck me.
Yeah, that one. The regions I'm doing all this in are South Shore and Hillsbrad, where I'm about to get answers to questions I was literally just asking in the last episode of my Classic WoW series. I really don't think I can overstate how incredible it is that these games hold up so well, from the simple fact that Blizzard chose to tell a continuous story for all these years. Even though this story is still mostly told through scrolling text and game manuals, I found myself so invested in a 2D RTS from 1995. Anyway, after the first few missions where I successfully proved my tactical prowess, repelling the orcs from South Shore and Hillsbrad, in the next act, the High Command sends us off to the front lines where we first fight off the Horde from Dunmoder before pressing further. This is when Lord Anduin...
Char kill their gods, they can take it. Yeah, but their gods kind of sucked. I'm gonna be honest, their gods kind of sucked. By comparison, their gods were an easy time for them to beat the shit out of. You're telling me the same universe that has Cormier in it, the gods are a threat? Come on. It's not even close.
Lothar from Orcs and Humans makes his return as he helps guide us to wiping out various orc encampments in Thandil Valley and the primary base of operations they have in Khazmodan. And once again, some of these missions prove to be a real challenge. It's really hard to describe this accurately because on the one hand, these levels never really feel like you're on equal footing to the AI opponents, but it also never really feels unfair. In some ways, this game often feels like what an RTS does when it's at its best, giving tactical battles that are enough of a challenge that when you overcome one, it often feels like you did so through your wits and genuine military strategy.
Yes, because you had to think about what you were doing. You used to rotate units out depending on their health bar, and you used to use some as fodder so that the ones that were your real damage dealers could actually do some damage. Then you build up more fodder to get in the way of everything else so that you could keep beating the fuck out of things. It was... Oh... I'm coming in my pants. I gotta stop.
This is definitely the kind of game where if you ever got stuck on one of these levels, it would be completely worth it to go out and buy a strategy guide that would give you a build order or a unit composition to make things a bit easier. Anyway, I managed to push back the Horde's forces after a few restarts, at which point Lord Lothar asks me to aid him in the Northlands near Quel'Thalas. That's because there's been a peasant uprising who I need to put down so we can maintain the region. At first, I figure this is just another mirror match mission, but I am then surprised when I find that my foe is draped in the color orange. Hang on. Orange subversives in the Northern Eastern Kingdoms? Are these the Syndicate I just saw in Classic WoW? I doubt these guys are literally the exact same mobs I was just fighting in Hillsbrad.
Well, they got the color scheme from somewhere.
But playing through this level starts to give such great context to the region of Hillsbrad and Alterac and how they ended up the way they did years later. It is so fun every time I see this. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm repeating myself again. I put down the Uprising, which rewards me with another cameo. Now Lord Uther Lightbringer and his paladins come to offer aid, as Anduin Lothar asks we escort him to the island township of Cair Darrow, which we do no problem. This mission was actually a fairly easy one compared to some of the other recent missions we've seen, since Uther's ship is the only one we need to keep alive. I should have known.
How fast would the orcs kill the Elder Dragons in Guild Wars 2? Warcraft 2 orcs wouldn't even just kill all the dragons in Guild Wars 2. They would eat them like they were fucking fried chicken. There would be millions of orcs that died in the process, and they just wouldn't fucking give up. They would make any deal with any demon they could, and they would end up winning. They were fucking insane back then. They were so brutal. Like, there's no way to truly explain how, like, savage and brutal the orcs were. When the Alliance talks about orc savagery and shit, they're not being racist. They're just making an observation back then. They were just like, holy shit, those things are fucking brutal. They were just like, you have no idea what we've been through. They were so good. Also, if you put Warcraft 2 orcs inside of the Warhammer 40k universe, 5 minutes. 5 minutes is how long I give it before every single one of the Warcraft 2 orcs immediately works for Khorne. 5 minutes maximum, and that's if they're having a slow day.
Though this quick level was setting me up for frustration, since the next mission turns the difficulty all the way up. Okay, so mission 10 is when I'm told that we've captured a number of the renegade Alterac soldiers, and I need to transport them through Horde forces to Lordaeron for interrogation. As simple as that may seem at first, not only is this going to involve building up a large enough base to a point where I can tech up to transport ships, while also fighting off 2 Horde factions that are attacking me at once, but these peasants also aren't accessible by a single body of water. There is a strip of land with another Horde encampment cutting the map in two, so I also have to wipe out that base and then rebuild another shipyard and transport. And then I also have to build destroyers because there's a whole maze of horde towers I need to sail through to actually reach the prisoners and take them back to base. Like, I know you're watching a YouTube video and I'm probably compressing and summarizing each one of these levels into a minute or two of commentary, but let me try to give some perspective. A few of these missions are taking multiple restarts and hours for me to complete, and it's so fun.
Yeah, because you're gonna keep on fucking up and you need to learn some lessons about what's coming next. It's almost like there's an iterative design thing where they know you're gonna go through it multiple times, and each time you come across an obstacle, you're gonna fail the obstacle, but you're gonna come back later and then you're gonna defeat the obstacle because now you've thought about it and you know what's coming next. That's why people used to play these games for so long. Now it's almost offensive to people if a game dev designs something that's actually difficult and challenging to the player because they might click off and stop playing. That's illegal now. Think about one of the greatest games to ever exist in the modern era is Elden Ring. How many times did someone who's never played a Dark Souls game in their life have to try and beat the fucking tree sentinel before they learned their lesson? That is old school video game design in action right there. And it's one of the most brilliant, exceptional games out there that you're ever going to find. Most gaming studios see that kind of game design as detrimental because they're pussies. And because if they put that kind of game design into their game, what's going to happen is a games journalist is going to pick it up, not be able to play anything and give them a negative review, and that means more than what their players' opinions do these days. Elden Ring was still man places. It's still a gorgeous game. If you were to compare Elden Ring to Forspoken, is it even in the same universe? You could say Elden Ring was man some places, but still, it's not even the same universe as something else like Avowed, Forspoken, Starfield, all the other garbage that's out there. Not even close. The most mediocre parts of Elden Ring outstrip the best parts of most modern video games made by the AAA industry. By a long margin. I don't like that iterative design where it kills you, where you run for not being Nostradamus, because I can't imagine the characters in the setting knowing in advance what obstacles they will face in the future and preparing for them. I like it. I like it because these games were about telling you a story. You were meant to learn the iterative components because it made you better at the game. And then what would happen later is you'd get to a mission where you think, I'm going to have to beat this mission 3 or 4 times. But because of everything you've learned from the previous missions that you've repeated, you actually run rampant over that mission because you figured out what exactly you've got to do to win. You improve, you get better. The difference is here, story was secondary to the player experience and what got you obsessed with the game, right? Now, modern video games don't think about the story, and if the gameplay is not dog shit easy, they are so scared of people not playing their game that they will actively make the game the most basic bitch shit imaginable. You know how, like, a good example of this, a good symptom of this is how many games journalists you see bitching now about how games need an easy and a hard mode by comparison. After playing Sekiro, I want to beat Elden Ring to death for how it bastardized the stagger system. They did kind of bastardize the stagger system. I really actually preferred the way the stagger system worked in Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 1 primarily. DS2 had too much bullshit in it with its hitboxes for me to enjoy it that much. But I do look at things like Elden Ring, Sekiro, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3. If I want to be forgiving, even Dark Souls 2 as masterpieces by comparison. Completely different universe. 3 is trash. You only think that because you were playing the game. You weren't playing it for... There were 2 things you played Dark Souls 3 for. Okay? Only 2. The first one is the PvP. The second thing you played Dark Souls 2 for was this. With this singular boss fight. Say that again to me. Say Dark Souls 3 is trash. You didn't get to the Dancer boss fight, did you? They knew what they were doing. Those Japanese fuckers knew what they were doing with that. From Software knew exactly what they were doing when they put the Dancer boss fight in that game. But the PvP was also exceptional in Dark Souls 3. It was really good. Works are literally a devolved bioweapon from the War in Heaven that act. Okay, you're talking about Warhammer 40k. Yeah, orcs are they were Crocs before, and then they became orcs over time because they kind of devolved, and they were a bioweapon in the War of Heaven to be used against the gods. Yeah, there's a whole fucking thing. Yeah, you could spend like hours talking about Warhammer. I love Dark Souls series. DS2 is my favorite. Now you're just rage baiting me. Canonically, most of the worlds that defeated an orc invasion have to deal with feral orcs forever. Basically, yeah, because they keep on respawning from spores and shit, and if you neglect the problem for even a little while, you're screwed. It's like, if I remember correctly, even on Terra, there's still an orc population. That's how hard they are to exterminate. That there's still a mild orc population somewhere on Terra in Warhammer 40k. Or it's some overpopulated world that the humans absolutely dominate. I can't remember. I believe it was Terra.
Gosh, it is so fun the way that this game challenges your patience and skill, and it makes beating these levels feel so satisfying. Anyway, after I managed to succeed in bringing the prisoners back for interrogation, that gives me some pertinent...
I never got how people wanted to fuck the Dark Souls character. You know she's a frumpled, rotting corpse under the helmet. That just seals in the flavor.
In intel, the sovereign ruler of Alterac, Lord Paranold, has apparently been working with the Horde since the beginning of the war, having signed a non-aggression pact and allowing them passage through the Arathi Highlands. As such, we are told to go out and wipe his kingdom and its capital Stromgarde from the face of the map, which will leave nothing more than a little outpost in the region years later. This leads to one of the most fun missions in the whole game, as it starts off with a whole peasant rescue mini dungeon crawl that then feeds into an all-out assault by land and air on a well-defended fortress. For a level that may have just started off as a simple excuse to have a mirror matchup, it feels really fun, and beating this mission rewards you with entrance to the final act, which is one hell of a ride. With the Alterac rebellion destroyed, it's now time to finish the war with the Horde. The orcs are planning on retreating back to the mainland of the south. Before they do, Lord Lothar and Admiral Proudmoore order us to go and cripple their naval supply lines to make retreat impossible, which goes by swimmingly. At this point, the orcs have fallen so far, they seem ready.
Man, I love the naval combat in these games. It was so innovative. I loved it so much. The only other game that I'd ever played that made me feel the same when it came to naval combat was Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. That was the only other one that gave me that same vibe.
Ready to surrender. They send word that they wish to parley, so Lothar goes off to meet with Orgrim Doomhammer at Blackrock Spire. In general, this feels like a really great moment. There can finally be peace between the two races, and what a great character to go off and negotiate that peace. The hero we saved all the way back in Warcraft 1, negotiating with the character we played in that game's opposite campaign. But then, no report.
Also, oh man, it just brought this back. You know what? You know what I played all these games on? This may be where I developed the skills that keeps my wife around. You see, back in the day, I played these games on one of these bad boys. And now do you see that little button right there? You could use that as a mouse. One of the Hot Wheels computers. No, I wasn't rich. That right there was the clitoris button on the Lenovo laptop. And when you're done playing with it, you say, "Good girl." That's where we developed those skills from. You're just playing with it all the time. Just sitting there, just rubbing this little button on the keyboard. It was so good. That's where we developed those skill sets from. Zoomers will never understand. The legendary ThinkPad, that's also called a nub. We would have one. Yeah. It also works for controlling them a lot of the time if you get it right.
Reports have been heard from him in days, so the king sends us off to Blackrock Spire.
Those things have existed for this long. They have. They've been around for a real long time. Those Lenovo laptops have just been like a permanent fixture in history.
To investigate, and then the mission starts with our camera centered on Lothar and his troops. Now, this might have not looked like much to you, but honestly, for 1995, it was shocking.
It was
Lothar
amazing.
was the one hero of the Alliance who had been around since the first game. He had been a staple of the franchise and the longest continuous character in the narrative so far. Not only that, this was the first time an action we had no control over played out in-game rather than just being told to us through pre-mission text or the game manual, and that made it heartbreaking. It was
I remember I screamed at the screen when this happened.
heartbreaking that you could try to restart the mission as many times as you want, attempt to take control of Lothar and save him, but no matter how many times you tried, he would always meet the same fate.
Yep.
In my research for this video, I saw comments from people who played this mission back in the day that said when they saw this happen, they were devastated. Nobody expected this. It genuinely shocked people to a point where gamers on early internet forums would share cheats that you could use in the console command just to have a way to save Lothar. Of course, wanting to avenge him, I moved my army to take down...
Man, I still remember that mission when Lothar dies. And I was like, okay, I can do this. I can do it. No! I got the ass beating of my life because it was like 9 o'clock at night. My dad had just come home from being a doctor and he just passed out after like a 3-day long surgery. And he woke the fuck up and whooped my ass for making that much noise. And then he went right back to bed. He didn't even say a word. Ah, the good old days.
Blackrock Spire and all enemy forces. This was made easier by my newly unlocked mounted griffins, who were still just as slow and difficult to micro as the dragons were before, but I managed to destroy the enemy's stronghold, which then feeds into the last level of the game, which I was not prepared for. Alright, so now the Horde has been beaten back, it is time for us to end this once and for all by closing the Dark Portal itself. With Lothar dead, it falls on me to lead a strike force to destroy it, claiming ultimate victory for Lordaeron and the Alliance, and that is going to be easier said than done. The level begins when players are given a well-stacked army to the south, the first task being sailing this army to the mainland where we can establish a base. There's only one spot you can land, defended by some Horde forces and towers off to the west. And on my first try, I figured it shouldn't be that hard, so I sent my forces to try and destroy these towers and the Ogre Magi behind them. Okay, maybe it's not going to be that easy. I can see now I must need to land my army at the same time as when the boats are hitting the shoreline, so I can defeat this surprisingly large foe. So I do that. But everybody still dies? Okay, maybe I need to micro better. What if I take my ships and use them to pick off some of the enemy towers and catapults before I then land the whole army? As a reminder, the catapults, as well as the towers in this game, don't attack units with a locked-on attack. They still have their AoE that can be dodged. It's hard to dodge their attacks with my slow-moving destroyer.
Oh, it's not that hard.
God, it's really hard.
Yeah, okay, with the destroyer, it's hard to dodge those attacks. You're not going to do that. You bring your other units forward, you attack once, and you immediately move back.
But after a few tries, I finally managed to kill all the towers and ogres here, landing with my peasants to build up an army ready to macro up and take on the Dark Portal, only to have a dragon show up and AoE my whole force down before I can train a single new unit. All right, maybe this level is going to be a bit harder than I thought.
Yeah, it was
brutal. This point,
I
am not ashamed to say that I felt a little lost.
Back when gaming had stakes, back when gaming actually challenged you, yes.
So I looked up how other players strategized in this level because I just kept on failing at it over and over, and it turns out the human campaign finale of Warcraft 2 is famously one of the hardest levels to ever be put in.
Yeah, this thing was fucking brutal. I'm not ashamed to admit that back in the day, I was Googling and using up limited internet bandwidth on a dial-up connection, trying to find someone who had a strategy to finish this level. I'm not ashamed to admit that, because I was a retarded little kid and I needed to see the end of this.
Into any RTS ever, it turns out the general strategy is, first, you have to be amazing at microing your boats around to pick off the towers and catapults so you can land your forces on the shoreline intact. Then you have to kill all the ogres while keeping your rangers alive, because the game is going to be throwing late game dragons at you over and over ad infinitum until you complete the mission. Armed with this knowledge, I got back to trying to figure something out. After my first few attempts, I managed a playthrough where I landed my armies on the shore and kept the rangers alive. You get better at microing here the more and more you play. I also learned that the 3 orange dragons that showed up and killed me on one of my playthroughs only came because I destroyed every single one of the ogre buildings. That's a trigger the game has, and I can stall their attack until I have some defenses if I leave one of the ogre mounds up. However, as I
Oh, I never realized that. Shit.
land another run and start rushing farms to try and train more troops and bolster my defenses, I quickly learned that the game sends so many regular dragons at you regardless that they still wipe out my archers and my whole base before I even
Yeah, but that's because you're not microing your archers. You have to hit and move. It's stick and move. That's all you had to do, was you needed to keep moving, because if one of those fireballs hits you, you're fucked. And if you clump up your units like that, you're in big trouble. You had to individually select the units, move them around the dragon, and then if it took out one, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was still like a huge fucking loss. Or what you would do is you would put another unit closer to them so that it distracts it, or you sacrifice the health of your buildings while you're dealing with the dragons.
train a single new archer every single time I play this level, no matter what I do. Back to the drawing board. Okay, so then I figure out that to beat this level, you have to use some towers. You're supply blocked until you build up 1,000,000 farms, and increasing supply to build new units is just going to take way too long. Instead, you need...
You just realized you could have saved your younger self so much trouble by leaving an ogre building alive. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all, because you know what? I think I got the retarded stubbornness I live with for the rest of my life right now, purely because I never did that. I learned to never give up from these games.
You need to rush a lumber mill to unlock ranged towers, and then you can start using those as defenses against the dragons, armed with...
Yeah, or you build like a bunch of buildings that you let get destroyed while you're attacking the dragons. And you just got to stay out of the AoE range of it.
This new knowledge, I got a really good run on my next playthrough. I sniped the whole coastline for a clear and easy landing with almost my entire army surviving. I rushed the correct buildings, teching to towers fast enough that they actually propelled most of the dragons back. I got a real proper base built and started working on my economy, successfully expanding to destroy the ogre encampment while fighting back the 3 orange dragons that all came afterward. And I keep this run going. I keep it going for 60 minutes. I'm successfully fighting off the dragons, building up a larger and larger army. And when I think I have a large enough force to expand further, I start moving across the map, and then
you get
my army falls, and
yep,
I can't rebuild it because all of my gold mines have run dry. Not only is this just a really hard level because you have to fight off late game opponents constantly, even from the very early game, but you're also effectively on a timer because you're given a limited amount of gold where if you use it unoptimally, you can't beat the game. But I keep trying. I get really good at sniping the shoreline, keeping my ships alive. I get really good at taking the beach like it is goddamn D-Day. I start to learn exactly how many towers I need and where to build them so I don't waste any gold buying more defenses than necessary, but it is still not enough. The dragons still overwhelm me. Eventually, I figure out a slightly...
I have 3 ThinkPads, one for 98 early XP, one for Windows 10 and 7, and a T14 S for Linux, God help me, 11. Also, I'm bidding on it. Jesus Christ, you're just collecting them. What are you hoping that they go up in price like Beanie Babies one day? ThinkPad 380 XD for Windows 95. It's got better monitor than the more powerful 380Z. Jesus, you're going into real tech stuff. Listen, I don't even know what ThinkPad I had. It was just an old Lenovo ThinkPad that my mom gave me because she was done using it and her work had provided her with a better like actual PC, and that's the one I stuck with for a while.
Cheesy strategy. I can be mass rushing griffins. Griffin riders, of course, can fly directly to the dark portal and destroy it without having to make my way through the wildly large number of other horde forces that populate the map. So I learn how to defend my little landing zone and mass rush flying units. It takes ages to do. It's so hard. And after so many tries, I finally get a run where I train what I think are enough griffins to win the game. I make a beeline for the dark portal with them, trying to finish the war. And when I get there, I met with aerial resistance of flying demons that tear my griffins to shreds. They're so hard to fight back against because of the terrible micro that comes from my slow-moving riders who just keep on accidentally attacking each other. Oh God, I fail again and again and again. I am shocked at how hard this final mission is.
This game was trying to teach you something. This game was trying to teach you how to focus on the things that are important and ignore the things that aren't really an issue and you can micromanage your way out of. You were learning life lessons from this game. This game was trying to teach you that you don't have to deal with every single little thing. Some things are not your problem if you can keep them back while you deal with the bigger issues that actually matter. Games back then were teaching you things about the real world and you didn't even realize it.
And then I try one more time.
Some devs were taking out their anger for kids getting touched by their uncle when they were kids. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's more they were taking their anger out at other people for having a better childhood at them because, you know, back in the day, what you used to do with your kids, or at least if you were in a first world country, was you dump your kids outside to play in the street and you wouldn't be a parent and then you'd just go drink a bunch of alcohol and then it would be like you'd be sitting there watching TV and they'd get that ad that's like, it's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? And they were like, oh shit, that's right, I have kids. I wonder where he is right now. And so the younger generation grew up with that not happening to them. And so they were like, fuck them kids. And now, instead, the people inside the offices are like, fuck them kids. Same words, completely different vibe. This shit was peak. This shit was fucking peak. And when that moment happened, you felt like a god. You felt amazing.
Honestly, seeing that cutscene, I felt more accomplished than...
Why the fuck is the Dark Portal blue? Because they had to work with a limited color palette, and back in the day, they thought it made... Like, magic was blue, right? Magic used to be blue. Unless it was fire magic, which was red. Back then, you got to remember, Cyro, there were only two genders. People weren't having existential crises at the age of 6 because of global warming. Magic was blue. Fire was red. Orcs were green. And humans wore full plate armor and underwear instead of thongs. Now the orcs are brown. No one knows what gender they are. The ultimate villain's plan to beat everyone is to show them her feet. And you've got to kill her so that you can collect 5 more bunnies to put inside of your housing mechanic.
than I have maybe ever before playing any video game. My body was so filled with adrenaline, I literally jumped up from my seat on that victory screen and started shouting as I paced around the room while the ending cutscene played. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god! Yes! 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 Let's go! Woo! Honestly, this brought me back. This brought me back to when games were something that you didn't necessarily beat because you wanted an achievement or whatever. You just wanted to beat the game because...
Yeah, but you did get an achievement. The achievement was going to school, hanging out with the nerds, and being like, I've beaten Warcraft 3 without cheats. And for a little while, you were a god.
Then you could say that you had beaten it. The cutscene you're rewarded with after finally accomplishing what felt like an impossible task moments ago, even a low poly cinematic like this, that was sweeter than any reward I could have been given. It made it all worth it. You know, looking back on the experience now, I honestly don't know what I expected when I started this video project, but suffice to say, I did not expect that these two games would be as good as they were. I thought there might be glimpses of the greatness that Warcraft would eventually have, and that you could maybe find bits and pieces here and there that would...
No, not bits and pieces was the whole thing. Also, have fun at work, Banks. Go live your life.
Hint at how good this series would become. But no, these games weren't just like laying the groundwork for Warcraft to eventually become great later. Everything that makes this franchise great was there from the start. So I guess going back to the question I asked at the very start of this video, are these games worth it? Should you pick them up yourself? And
but how do they know you're telling the truth without an icon saying that you did it? You'd load up a save file. You'd be like, oh, you don't believe me? Come over to my house. Let me show you. I'll beat it while you're there because now I know how to do it because I've done it so many times. Little bitch boy hasn't beaten the final level of Warcraft 2. What a pussy. Let me show you how it's done the way a man does things. And he used to get so hyped up on that shit. Let me show you how it's done, bitch.
Play them even after all these years? No. Do not play them. I stopped having sex with my wife so I could beat this damn game. It's still just as addicting as ever. I haven't even gotten to the expansion for Warcraft 2, Beyond the Dark Portal, which is just more of this. More challenging RTS missions with whole new mechanics like heroes that you get to play. Alaria Windrunner, Khadgar, Grom Hellscream, and more. Apparently this is even harder than the base game.
Yes, it was. It took me years to beat the Dark Portal part.
People have called it the Dark Souls of RTS titles, unironically, not even as a joke. I'm sure I'll play through it later, though, and make a separate video essay about my experiences there.
Man,
it
it
was
was
a channel
great.
member exclusive for all of you who've joined membership. Shout out to all the channel members, by the way, for supporting my content. I hope you've had fun with this video. And shout out to you if you're still listening to my voice now. I seriously appreciate you giving me the time of day, whether you are a fan of these classic games reliving the glory days, or a new fan who had never seen them before. I hope you enjoyed going on this trip down memory lane with me. Subscribe for more. I have a lot more Warcraft content coming soon with my Classic WoW series. The next episode of that is right around the corner, and I would
Warcraft
love
3?
to do more retrospectives of classic RTS games like this if you're interested. Another game I've never played is the original StarCraft Brood War. Maybe I could do a
He's gonna play StarCraft Brood War. He's gonna lose his shit. He's gonna be so upset that they killed StarCraft after StarCraft 2. He's gonna be so mad at that. There should be an MMO and FPS based on the StarCraft world, and it's never happening because Blizzard is so creatively bankrupt. Fantastic fucking video. Exceptional retrospective. The nostalgia I felt going through that was incredible. What an amazing time those games were. Where the reward for playing the game was playing the game. That's gone. That no longer exists. Damn, woman putting weird feelings into my games. A man only has one feeling, the feeling of hunger. Yeah, it's just the range of where the hunger is changes. Sometimes it's your stomach and sometimes it's your dick. Oh, man, that guy's having a great time. You have no idea. He has no idea what he's in for. Those old games were fucking magical. Now, enough for that bullshit. Enough for that. It's time to play some Final Fantasy XIV. Whoop. I do have to check on something real quick. So I'm going to be right back. Asmongold hire cleaner. Yeah, it's the Asian girl he's dating. Was that not made clear when he brought her on stream? This is just how your mom treated your gaming setup back in the day. I fixed it for you. I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta go check on something. I'm hearing noises downstairs. I've gotta make sure everything's fine. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. We'll play some Final... Gentlemen, the goal is a simple one. Real simple today. I've already formed most of the opinions I have on Final Fantasy XIV. I already have a fundamental understanding of how this game functions and operates. Today's goal is to just get as far as possible into Final Fantasy XIV. It's to pretend it's 2012, get as deep and as hard as I can into this game, and see what we can do from there. Do you still play Guild Wars 2? I would. Ask the ArenaNet moderation team about that. I would. But I don't get to anymore. What do you know about Perseverance? I defeated Clouth in Neverwinter Nights, playing a wizard with Condition 6. I was bragging about it for 3 months. My friend who played a barbarian in heavy armor with a highly developed pickpocketing could no longer listen to me. That was the days. That was the days. Those were the fucking days. Those were the real days. There's nothing better than when you just got to chill the fuck out. You didn't have to think about taxes. You didn't have to think about what was happening next. You just sat down and lost yourself in the game. And when you beat it, you had eternal bragging rights. You know, I really need to put up like a short video where I can just push a button so that whenever anyone comes in here, because I know it's not your fault, Hass. I'm not saying this is your fault, because like not everyone knows. But when people ask if I play Guild Wars 2 or not, I need just a short video that I can just play whenever anyone asks that question. So I don't need to keep repeating myself ad nauseum. I really need to get on that, because I know you don't understand and stuff like that. You might not have the full context, but I think I need to have like a little PSA announcement I could just throw out there. Now, we pray to MMORP Jesus right now that my power doesn't cut. Power is out in less than an hour now. Every time he starts playing, God, I hope not. I fucking hope not. I am gonna have to switch over my batteries to government power soon. I do know that my batteries are running dry because it's winter and my wife loves to use the fucking heater through the night to do that, but I should be okay. I believe I have government power. I believe I do. So I should be okay. It should be good. Now let's play some Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see how far I can get. Last time, I was doing another side quest inside of my side quest that is the main quest, where I was solving a mystery murder of some fake priest guy who was going around and fucking with everything, just so that we could find a skyboat. Then we found the skyboat. That's the last thing I remember. It's been a little while. Oh, look, a queue. I was starting to think it would be better if you play first and do reacts after. Yeah, but I don't know. I've thought about it. I've thought about dividing it up into different days. My biggest issue, Green Sky Wizard, is that I just need to get consistent. And by consistent, I mean consistent power, consistent internet, consistent amount of time that I can stream almost every single day for at least like 4 to 6 hours. 6 quests per stream, and you've done after 5 streams. Yeah, we'll see. I don't... Okay. Oh yes, I remember where we are. We were talking to Sid, the guy who's apparently everywhere, and the strangely pedophilic elf child. I remember. It's still... I'll be honest, it still fucks me up. Let's just put that down there. This still fucks me up. That they put this kid in this game. And they gave him pants that are assless. Look at that shit. That's not right. That's not right. I'm starting to believe the green sky clip theory. What's the green sky clip theory? Remind me. I don't have the brain power to remember anything more than like the last 5 minutes of my life. I'm what you may call a squirrel on crack when it comes to an attention span. For now, you only have a consistent lack of hair. That's the only consistency I have in my life, yes. Now then, Sid appears to be deep in thought. Can't take that because I got the armor piece. Can't take that because I got the armor piece. I guess I'm taking shekels. It's a theory where you only stream to create material to make videos with. So, hold on. Let's get through this first. Oh, I didn't notice he's got gay little holes in his shirt here. It calms me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising, you did design and build her. God damn it. What the fuck, man? I don't want this kid anywhere near me. I feel like I'm going to get on a watch list. I bear good news. The Seedseers have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert on the workings of airships, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. That's what every man says about the girl he starts dating. You can't fix her, but you can make her worse, I promise. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it, there must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements, of course, that's it. We work upon the element itself using the power of a corrupted crystal. We could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see. You propose to utilize properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. And so you're like, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Though mayhap not to you. We speak of the manifestations over aspected aether that can be found throughout Orzia. Yeah, just tell me the thing I've got to go out and collect or the person I've got to speak to, bud. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which has been a cause of great woe as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind aspected aether, compromising Garuda's barrier, into aether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise... God damn it. It's like I'm getting a goddamn lecture from this motherfucker. The Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however a hard Garuda blows. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. All of this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man whom... Oh, of course you don't know. We've got to go talk to 5 other NPCs first. I know a man who might, a scholar by the name of Lambert Taint. What a fucking name. Who resides in Camp Drybone. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at the church. Well, Marquez met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or for want of a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies. Corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was the result of these conversations that poor Marquez was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. But You see, I haven't played Final Fantasy in a while, and so my reading levels dropped again. It's magic radioactivity. They want to beta radiate the barrier out of existence. So we're going to put a nuke on our ship to get rid of the other nuke. That sounds like it's going to go fantastically. I need you to return to Thalanon and seek out the scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Yeah, you stay here, well away from me. The kid's design is as flamboyant as a JoJo Season 5 character will stand. It's as flamboyant as a female JoJo character. That's probably the worst part about it. So, to what you were saying, right, about the clipping content theory. I've kind of got, it's kind of half true, kind of not, right? So what I've been doing is I've been taking my streams, I've been using them to edit it down because I've gone back to DaVinci Resolve over using Premiere Pro because now that I don't have a job, they no longer pay for that. So I've had to relearn how to use DaVinci Resolve. I'm using it to practice so that I can get it right when I'm doing long form videos. And at the same time, I'm trying to use it to figure out a time schedule in which I can edit things, put things together, figure out how long each thing is going to take me throughout any given week, where these gaps fall in, and then go forward from there, right? So mostly I'm using it as like a time system so that I can figure out exactly what my schedule is going to look like in the future. But also, I should be re-syndicating content to YouTube because that's what YouTube's about. People prefer videos over streams. It's just normal that people have that kind of behavior. And if I'm going all in on this as much as possible, I should be using absolutely everything as shamelessly as fucking possible. Right, that's just how it works. So it's more of me using these things as a test run. The same way that you'll notice that that ad thing is gone today. And I'm using it as a test run to see what is the difference between having it on screen and not having it on screen despite the deal still being active. I've got to test these things out because I have, for the longest time while streaming, completely neglected the business and monetary side of things because it just feels weird and uncomfortable to me. And it feels like I'm gonna be honest, when people used to give subs, when people give memberships and shit, I don't know what it is about me, but it gives me like a weird form of anxiety, right? It actually causes me to feel weird about it. And so I figured that a better way to do this, to make this sustainable so that I can still feed my kid and pay my bills, is I would rather take sponsorship money from companies, maybe play their dog slop games every now and then, have a laugh at them with you guys, and then you don't have to spend any money at all. I'd kind of prefer that. It gives me less anxiety taking money from a big company than it does from other people. Those outfits are completely normal on a child-looking character. That's just their culture. That is how Japan is. So you're telling me right now, if I go to Japan and I see a 12-year-old, they're going to be walking around in a fucking thong. That's what you're telling me. I'm not going back to Japan then. Right. Speak with Lambertaint. Unfortunate name. All the way in Drybone. I suppose it makes sense that the taint would be right next to the dryboning. Meanwhile, Astro Boy running around in a Speedo and red metal boots. Yeah, that one was a weird design. I gotta be real with you. I thought Astro Boy's design, even back in the day, was very uncomfortable. You're a replacement for my son. That's why you've got to wear a Speedo at all times and be shirtless. You can go to any country and you'll see a young girl with short shorts and a tank top. Well, then someone needs to beat those parents. You don't need to beat the kid. How can these fucking parents be allowing that shit to happen? That's disgusting. I'll have you know, when my kid hits that age, she's gonna be walking around in a fucking dustbin bag, head to toe. Mashallah. Right, where is this guy? Oh, he's probably up there. It's weird, but that's how it is nowadays. It's fucking uncomfortable. It's really weird. Like, I don't think kids should be dressed like that. In, like, skin-tight suit shit and that. That's just fucking weird, man. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen this. This used to be on TV way back in the day. There used to be this show where they used to do beauty pageants for children, and all the judges looked really, really, really fucking creepy. Like, freakishly creepy. I like that one. That child looked extra sexy. Ugh. All of them need to be arrested. You shouldn't be doing that shit to kids. That stuff was tantamount to child abuse. Why, yes, I'm Professor Taint. Beg pardon, you wish to hear about my research on corrupted crystals? Truly, well, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to discuss my work with a fellow man of science. Yeah, give me the shekels. Right, here we go. Professor Taint is about to show you something you will never forget. Bro, what? You never saw those? Yeah, I'll find one for you real quick. This is the most American thing I've ever seen. It is the most hillbilly shit imaginable, and all of these people need to be in prison. They used to do shit like this, and this used to be a show on TV. Is this right here? This shit was creepy as fuck. This shit was disgusting. And the way that those parents treated their kids, holy shit, they should be on a list too. It was fucking horrific. You have no idea. I saw that stuff, but I was like, I don't know, I was like a late teenager, early 20s. I saw that, I'm like, this is not right. No, how did this get on fucking international TV shows? What is wrong with these people? And the way they treated those kids was so fucking horrific at the same time. They used to do this thing where like the parents would be like screaming in the kid's face and calling their own child ugly as fuck and hideous if they didn't win. And these kids would go home heartbroken because they got second place in a sick fucking beauty pageant. And I'm not going to show you the judges, probably because I can't find it, but the judges that used to judge how attractive the kids were, they look exactly how they think you look. I mean, yeah, exactly the way you're picturing them in your head is exactly how they look. I'd also won't dress like a slut. You better go put on your brigadine on, well, whoop your ass. Exactly. Gonna go be a nun in a temple. Surprised it didn't totally die out after. John Benet Ramsey. It will carry on forever because I don't know why, but these people are obsessed with trying to turn kids into these beauty pageant things, and all these judges, they look so fucking creepy, and the look that you see in their eye if you go back and watch one of those shows, ugh, man, real creepy shit. Okay, Professor Taint is about to show me his taint. So rare it is to find fellow intellectuals in this region, 'tis even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of the corrupted crystals. Come to think of it, there was another, a hermit to whom the church had given sanctuary. Curious fellow, unsociable, rather daft at first impression, yet possessed of an amazing affinity towards the scientific pursuits. But to the matter at hand. Did you say you wish to not conduct field observations, but to harvest a corrupted crystal? Egads, man, at least take the necessary precautions so that you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. Okay, so these are nuclear uranium-235 crystals. I'm beginning to wonder if you've sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somehow endearing. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means by which these inherent dangers may be averted. Simply store the crystals you seek within this warded part to protect yourself from the deleterious effects. Though I suppose you will be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, take the part to Hahasako. That's going to be a Lalafell. A student of mine monitoring the flow of Aether at Highbridge. Explain to him your quest and he shall instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. Of course. We couldn't just get the crystal and fuck off back home. We had to go talk to someone else who's going to make us talk to someone else. And then we've got to build a suit. And then we've got to remember, what the fuck? No, I promise his name's Cupcake. Don't fucking smack me. Fuck you, dude. Fucking smack me on the back of the head and run away. His name's Cupcake, I promise. He doesn't bite. Remember the Cuties movie? I don't want to remember that shit at all. I didn't watch it. That shit was disgusting. I needed to see a few clips of it. And then I immediately knew anyone who started backing or defending that movie was a pedophile who needs to be kept on a watch list. You don't do that shit to kids. You just don't do that. Let kids have their childhood. Let them grow up. Let them experience the wonder and magic of the world or whatever's left of it. Stop pushing all these fucking narratives down their throat and fucking them up and giving them anxiety and all these other problems. Just let them be kids. Cuties felt like a pedo trap, or it should have been. I think everyone in that production should have been arrested. How do you have a grown-ass cameraman shoving a camera into the ass of like an 11-year-old girl? And everyone's okay with it. Nah. All of them. Take them all out back and shoot them. YouTube didn't put my chat in the multi-chat because I said Jew. Yeah, that'll happen. Well, welcome to YouTube moderation and AI tools. It doesn't get better from here on out. It's just, I know what the future is when it comes to this. It's just everything is going to be offensive somehow. And like whenever you stream, you're just going to see message deleted all the time. Yeah, you're not going to see all the normal stuff. That's just going to happen from now on. It doesn't get better from here. Of course, it's a toddler. Hello, child. How many times must I be made to explain myself? I am not contemplating suicide, you imbecile. I have chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. Maybe you should contemplate suicide. Here you go. What have we here? A containment vessel. Why is this the handiwork of Professor Taint? You thieving knave, I shall call for the... Oh, you say the man lent it to you. Then you must have sought me out per his instruction, which means he believes me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightfully deserve. Of course he's an asshole. He's a Lalafell. Of course he is. The Cuties movie still has a positive score on sites like Rotten Tomatoes. It's disgusting. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. $87%? 80-fucking-7%? Pedophile. Not a pedophile. 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 Man, the FBI's got a really easy job now. You just put all of these people on the list that gave this a high score. Every last one of them. Get them out of society. Disgusting. Get that. How the fuck does that have 87%? I forgot about that entirely. And I know I looked at it a while back because I was having an argument with someone and I wanted to prove that no one should ever be listening to like movie critics ever. And I pulled up Cuties as one of my examples. Like, you really want to listen to a bunch of people who want to fuck kids? Funny how lamba is to lick in Portuguese. Lamba taint. Oh, lick the taint. Nice. Never forget, the head of Collective Shout, the Australian feminist that got all these Guna games yanked off of Steams for morality, publicly spoke out in defense of cuties. Yeah, because they want the narrative to be pushed in a particular direction. You'll notice that a lot of women who are terrible fucking human beings love to destroy young girls in particular because they hate the idea that they're an old aging hag with wrinkles and no one loves them. And they actively see young girls, kids who are not to be sexualized, they see them as sexual competition in the marketplace. Because they're that mentally fucked up. I know, I got to see this during my school levels. Like during my school years. I got to see this happen to girls because we had a sister school and sometimes we'd go over there and the way some of those teachers behaved towards those girls was fucking hideous. And I started to realize that they started to target some of the prettier girls purely because they looked at them as competition. There are some people out there who are just sick, who are mentally ill and need to be eliminated. Okay, he's trying very hard to contain his excitement and is failing. Oh, Frab just a Kalukale. Okay, that's a reference to something. That's a reference to Alice in Wonderland. That I should be chosen to guide this man. Yes, I, the greatest professor of taint pupils, shall see you successfully quarry your quarry. Your timing is impeccable. In fact, for I was just preparing to... Shut the fuck up! Don't tell me I joined a fate. For I was just preparing to procure crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, the devastating destruction caused by the calamity has blessed us with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that naught but a perfect peace will satisfy your high standards, in which case you must needs descend to the deepest depths. Amidst the flowing waters and the murderous Mirrorites lies the most fantastic formation I have found thus far. Take this highly advanced research tool and use it to separate a small fragment from a large cluster, place it within the watered pot and bear it back to me for inspection. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the burning walls is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution and you shall surely survive. Great. He's a student of the taint, not just a pupil, Eucharist. He loves the taint. On a personal level. Don't come attack me! Get the fuck out of here! This is not a me problem. Me have quests to do. You guys can deal with that. If only the FBI wasn't filled with pedophiles. Yeah. You know what? Something's gone wrong with the world. Something's really... Like, we've shifted into a dark timeline. The fact that all these people and forces that were meant to defend us are now on the side of the most sick and fucked up human beings out there. Something's gone wrong. We need a reset. What the fuck is this guy just doing here? And he's non-aggressive. Oh, well, not my problem. Take the advanced Lalafell gadget to the location and use it to take measurements. Yeah, it's the same as gnome questing. It's exactly the same as gnome questing in WoW. Same formula. Ad nauseum. How the hell do I get there? Wait. Can I go through here? No. And now I'm in combat, so if I jump off, I'm fucked. Suppose I gotta go around. This is a pretty sick design for an area. This is a good map design. Wait. What? Okay. No, that's the wrong thing. I thought it was that thing. Alright, well, let's get this out of the way. Oh, it's below me, isn't it? It's not even here. I thought it was one of these crystals. mental illness. There's so much of it now, and instead of properly helping those with it, embrace it and tell them it's what makes you special. Yeah, the entire world has gone towards the idea that mental illness is not a problem anymore. It's what makes you unique. You don't have schizophrenia, you have two souls living inside you, and they're battling for control. You should accept yourself, blah, blah, blah. You know, back in the day, they used to just grab those people, like 3 muscly dudes would come out of a white van, drag that person kicking and screaming into the back of the van. They'd disappear and not be a problem for anyone anymore. And then they used to electrocute them like they were son's dog every now and then. Maybe we need more of that. Okay, I'm not in combat. Theoretically speaking, I should be able to drop down here and not die. Oh, there's an invisible... Oh my god. There's a fucking invisible wall, of course there is. You gave me hope, and then you took it away. Dicks. Right, how the hell do I get down there? This way? No, not this way. What the okay. Okay, that way around. You don't have body dysmorphia, you just want to be a woman, so let's do that. And then they wonder why the suicide rate's so high. They wonder. They're astounded by it. They're stunned. They can't believe that, like, over 50% of these people keep killing themselves. What do you mean? No, they're killing themselves for social reasons because other people don't accept them. Why does it keep on spiking up even higher then? There's more acceptance today than there ever was previously. Whoop. Get out of that. These might actually be a threat because they're close to my level. I love how a smack or a beating would make most persons 2 wolves just vanish. Yeah, you know, there's this thing in Africa where they've taken it the complete opposite direction. Right. This is very traditional. African families tend to do this to their kids. Where if, like, you've got a kid who lives in a traditional African household, if they, like, have an imaginary friend and they tell their mom or dad about the imaginary friend, they quite literally believe that their kid is being possessed by spirits. And because of that, they've got to beat the shit out of their child until they stop doing that. They're just like, I'm going to just beat the brakes off of you until you no longer have an imaginary friend. Have fun with that. I'm sure that won't have repercussions later on down the line. You have been bewitched. You have been cursed by my enemies. Come here. Let me apply the flip-flop of justice. Okay, present. Oh, shit. I don't have to go back here. I have to go back here. Oh, well, fine. That's fine. I'd rather teleport back there and have an easier ride back. The stories I've heard on the detransitioning Reddits are heartbreaking. Well, yeah, of course they are, because these people have fundamentally altered everything about who they are, and now they can't go back, and they want to go back. As a native myself, the 2 soul shit is fucking retarded. Yeah, but it's retarded on purpose, right? Because they're not... It's not, like, linked to the whole Native American stuff and the history of it and believing in, like, the great spirits and stuff like that. What they're doing is they're using it as a cover because they see minorities as a tool to weaponize. And if they say, no, no, this comes from this culture that's not part of the majority in this country, then you can't criticize it because then you're a racist. And so they fuck up everyone's culture. They do that all the time. They actually, like, they quite literally use other cultures as toilet paper But then if a white guy makes a really good taco, he's culturally appropriating shit. It's fucking wild. I see you've come galumphing back. Have you the crystal then? I do. Here you go. What a prodigiously large and lovely crystal for Professor Taint. Will doubtless chortle with joy when you present it to him in person. Oh, and upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. Absolutely not, you useless piece of shit. Back to Drybone to find the taint. The famous chunkler treatment works every time. Oh yeah, no, it does. You'll never forget those treatments. I believe in spirits, liquor, vodka, and moonshine. I believe in spirits too. They can have you can have an out-of-body experience with them. The kids now couldn't handle the 80s or the 70s. I think they could. It's not the 80s or the 70s that they couldn't handle. It's that currently they cannot handle the way they're being treated by their parents and the people around them. Just think about this. Kids are retarded, right? All kids are retarded because you have no concept or fundamental understanding of how the world works, right? So imagine like you're 3 years old and every day your divorced mom keeps telling you how you're a girl because she hates your dad and wants to do as much damage as possible, and she knows that your dad still loves the fuck out of you, and the best way to do damage to him is by spitefully destroying you in the process. It's not that the kids couldn't handle the 80s or 90s, it's that the kids can't handle what's happening to them now. They're ruining their lives over it. How's your transition going? Well, you see, I'm transitioning from male to alpha male. It's taking some time. I'm still too fat. But as for Linux, I've looked into a lot of Linux. What I'm doing is I'm currently in the process of building a checklist of all the programs that I use and making sure that the Linux distribution or any kind of Linux can run what I need it to, and I can still save my files and transfer them over without losing anything. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting there. Because the one problem, the one trap that Windows has right now is that if there's a program that I use all the time or need to use and I can't use it on Linux, then I'm fucked. As a Hispanic, the chunkler was the least of my worries. My mom once beat me and my brother with a rolling pin for fighting once. I tell you what, though, that was the last fight we had. Yeah, I bet you never fought again. I bet that rolling pin has a special place in your memory. And all you have to do is wait until your mom's old enough that she can't fight back. And then bring out the rolling pin and say, guess what? It's time. My keen scholar sense tells me that you've obtained a corrupted crystal. Am I right? Hand over. If you would grant me a moment to examine the crystal. It's as you desired, a corrupted crystal overflowing with wind aspected aether. Remind me, for what purpose did you intend to use this crystal again? What, to breach a barrier comprised of wind aspected aether? Oh dear, that may prove problematic, as this crystal would only serve to strengthen the barrier. I suppose I'm at fault for not inquiring as to your objectives from the start. Had I known your intent, I would have never sent you to Hasahako. Okay, so now we've got to go somewhere else. But what is science if not trial and error? And can you truly say that this failure has taught you nothing? Yes, it's taught me nothing and it's wasted my time. Think, man. Now you understand the methods necessary to safely collect a corrupted crystal. You will doubtless have no difficulty doing so once more. What's more, the crystal you collected can serve as an invaluable resource for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Baldesion. You've heard of them. Well, I don't mean to boast, but I've a professional relationship with the organization. Yeah, I bet they know all about your taint. Not as equals, of course. I would never be so bold as to claim that level of expertise. Are you right? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You've still a corrupted crystal to find. So this was a waste of time. All of this was just another side quest waste of time. Fuck. My mom once beat me because I pointed out she forgot to put my underwear while she was dressing me up. Your mom may have problems that need solutions. Okay, let's see. Professor Taint knows where you might find the crystal you seek. Corrupted crystals of sufficient size and strength are not all that common, I fear. Fortunately, one of my other students, Sienna, claims to have discovered another promising site in eastern Lenoskia. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lenoskia was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an Imperial castrum. Now that made for an amusing anecdote. It was Western Lenoskia, Pharaoh Sirius, on the Isles of Umbra to be precise. I can't recall the exact reasoning, something to do with one of Dalamud's talons or some such nonsense. What can I can say for certain is that she is still in Aleport attempting to access the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Sienna's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the crass and violent ways of the local pirates, you might find your time there to be quite pleasurable. Oh, and do not he's talking about the hookers and booze. Oh, and do not forget to take your makeshift rewarded pot, lest she think you're unprepared for the task. Good night, Grimoire. Go live your life. I put Linux on a laptop and it has been rough. The time it took me to make a desktop shortcut was ridiculous when on Windows is 4 clicks of a mouse. Yeah, I don't know. You see, I need to get some practice with Linux. I'm thinking of, like, I don't know, digging up an ancient laptop and using that first as like a test subject so that I don't lose everything. Because that is a little bit of a concern of mine. Okay, that's all the way over there. Where does my teleport take me? Doesn't tell me. Shit. I can't remember if this is the pirate city. Yes, it is. Okay, great. I can just do this. What the? No. Just teleport me back. No. Oh, wait. It's return. I'm hitting the wrong button. My dad made a paddle with different sized holes drilled in it, slots cut through the face and then lacquered. You could hear this there. Man, life without phones was hard, huh? Instead of your parents neglecting you while you watch some Labubu millennial slop about a pregnant cat getting, like, fucked by the Joker after having Spider-Man's baby, you're instead getting the shit beaten out of you, and your parents had the motivation to go out of the way to make special tools to do it. Wait, I should just... I think I've been to the Fisherman's Guild. You can put the Raspberry Pi OS on the old hardware really easily, and it's well laid out to be beginner friendly. I don't know, I'll figure it out eventually. I'll find a way to do it. I'll probably fuck it up, but that's fine. That's how you learn. That's how you learn. One of these days, I'll be completely on Linux. I'll never look back. I never want to touch a Windows machine ever again. Every single day I turn off my PC and I turn it back on, it's fucked with all my sound settings. It keeps muting all my mics and all my speakers. 0 out of 10 experience. What? Oh, god damn it, I went to the wrong place. What up, Yenna? Those beatings were because they loved us. Absolutely. It's not because, you know, they had a frustration-fueled life at all. They beat us to death out of love. Those marks you have that'll never go away, it's because they love you. You'll never forget them. Let's see. Where's this person now? Upstairs. They're upstairs, aren't they? I've been called to tank in some DG by my friends while we conquer Azeroth. See you later. Go live your life. I promise you anything is more important than the stream that you have to do. Go do it. Have fun. Play with your friends. Play with yourself while you play with your friends. Corrupted crystals. Sir, I have no interest in being the butt of jokes, so if you know no reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. I have some pot. Does this change your mind? Well, I'll be damned. Professor Taint did send you. Beg your pardon, it seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Sienna, greatest of the professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he bid seek me out. Indeed, I am an accomplished scholar with an extensive background in... Oh gods, just listen to me prattle on. I must have given this introduction a dozen times by now. I can get pants. Give me pants. Me pants now. Oh wait, that's right. I can just use this. Huh. I had gloves too. Look at that. Am I still in a realm reborn? Absolutely. I'll be here for the next decade. As I told the professor in many missives, I believe that the area surrounding Pharos Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I've yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbre is prohibited at present for reasons unknown to me. You see, my attempts to acquire this information are often met with annoyance and disdain. It's rather puzzling since I always take the time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subject. No wonder everyone falls asleep, Jesus. Mayhap you will have better luck wresting the information from these yellow jackets. I've all but given up at this point. The game will have another apocalypse and I'll still be here. Yes. Consistency is my greatest enemy. Now, is this person inside or upstairs? Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm having a bit of an Africa moment. I'll be right back. I'll see you in a second. Give me a moment. Excuse me. I just had to quickly go sacrifice a chicken to the dark gods that rule over the universe in Africa to make sure that I have a little bit of electricity. Ugh. In the meantime, I also needed a snack because I haven't eaten all day. I'm about to show you something that no one understands. Every single YouTuber I've seen out there who's ever tried out South African snacks and stuff keeps fucking this up. I'm going to teach you something real quick. You see this right here is a rusk. And every single time I see someone where it's like an American tries out snacks from South Africa or some guy in the UK tries it out, they eat these things like it's a fucking war crime. They keep fucking it up. These things are meant to be had with tea or coffee. And you're meant to take your cup and you're meant to dunk it in the tea so that it absorbs the water. And then you eat it. And it's fucking fantastic. Looks like a dick made out of mashed up banana. It's a biscuit. It's a really, really dry biscuit that's meant to absorb the drink that you're having with it. It's called a rusk. And every single time, without fail, whenever I see some YouTuber eating one of these things online, better than butter Dr. Pepper by a long fucking margin. Are you kidding me? And that shit was disgusting. Oh, don't remind me, Eucharist. Every time I see YouTubers ever touch that South African snack in particular, they fuck it up and they eat it dry. And they're like, oh, it's so dry. I'm like, yeah, duh, it is, dumbass. Eat the fucking thing properly. What's wrong with you? They just keep on committing war crimes with our food. You have to cook the butter. No, but raw butter is so much better with the Dr. Pepper. It's delicious. Right. Where the hell is this guy? Oh, there. Ah, you startled me. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a person at a time like this? What with all this fatuous gossip of spirits and specters haunting the Isles of Umbra, just because I know it's nonsense doesn't mean it makes it any less frightening. Useless. Absolutely useless. Of course, I need to go speak to another useless person, and then the third person will say something. Could have just skipped all of this and just gone and got the crystal. Oh, it's Charlie Fook. You keen on traveling to the Isles of Umbra? Bloody hells, lad. Are you drunk or are you just crazy? Ain't nothing here there but death, death, and more death. I suppose he would know. Third one. And the third one's gonna give me some information. You can make a channel pretending to be a foreigner in SA. The problem is the only accent I can really do is other African accents, so that one wouldn't work. Maybe I could get away with a Scottish one. But that's because no one understands what Scottish people are saying. What's up, YouTube? I'm kind of fair here for the fucking... you're gonna be trying those snacks. You said all we got in Scotland is mushy peas. We call children wains for no fucking reason. The Isles of Umbra, what interest have you in that godforsaken place? Ever since we were forced to abandon Faris Sirius, the Isles have become naught more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores and a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them. Okay, 3 useless people, basically. Like a biscotti. Kind of like a biscotti, but far more rough, I would say. A biscotti is far more refined than that shit. Your Japanese impression is pretty good. Yeah, but it's the problem is it's got racial vibes to it. And ArenaNet moderation saw me mocking Marjorie and they decided that's not on. We made our ching-chongs with the Japanese swords, and we're not having it any other way. How dare you criticize us? They didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. I suppose, luckily, we never saw Marjorie get on a mount and drive through a school zone. Told you this was worse than the feast arc. Yeah, this is getting... It's getting irritating a little bit. You've returned. Tell me your findings. Really infested with undead, you say? That is very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts. Yeah, gather your thoughts another time. Just tell me what the hell's going on. Worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thought, and I've concluded that this is all talk of spirits is naught more than local folklore. As for why all travel to the Isles of Umbra is restricted, well, mayhap it's considered too dangerous owing to the abandonment of Farah Sirius. Yes, well, anyway, while you were questioning those yellow jackets, I paid a visit to the local pub, since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion. It was there that I heard tell of a man named Skyfrin, who was recently detained after returning from it. Wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually traveling to and from there, so I'm curious as to how he obtained permission. Mind having a chat with him in my stead? He was arrested after all. I'm somewhat reticent to approach him myself. For some reason, they dedicated all these quests to Farah Sirius, and then they made it an optional dungeon. Well, that's weird. That's a fucking strange thing to do. They should have made that... You're telling me that the one good, enjoyable, fun part of the main story questline, which is the dungeons, they decided, no, fuck that, we're not including it. What kind of crackhead thinking is that? If Ainet didn't like it, why would they give her a giant-ass katana with the spirit of her sister trapped in it? No, you don't understand, right? They love being racist and stereotypical, but they don't like it when you point it out. It's like... What's a good comparator here? A good comparator is low IQ women, in particular, right? Again, majority of women who are bright enough to know this firsthand better than men do. They will do some shit that is fucking crazy, some insane shit to someone, and when you criticize them for it, they don't go, oh shit, maybe I should change my behavior. They get offended that you criticize them. They make an excuse as to why it's okay that they did it, and then they get upset with you. And then you're the bad guy because you pointed out what they did. Good example of this is any body cam footage that's come out in the last 5 years. Okay, I have to go back. She calls to me, sings to me. Tell Mimi Doa I'm sorry. Give him his... He was right. Or you could release me. Yes, release me. I will go and tell her. Let me go to her. Simp. Love being racist. Racists are the most inclusive group of people in the world. Yeah, because the words don't mean that much. If I was to tell you like 10% of the shit, like obviously I live in South Africa, so there's like multiple racial groups and everyone just kind of talks to each other, right? If I was to tell you like 10% of the crazy racist shit we used to say to each other and then have a laugh about it when I was in university, my YouTube channel would be deleted yesterday. We would say the wild... I keep on going here, god damn it. We used to say the wildest shit to each other, laugh about it, and carry on with our lives. And then someone from the social courses would hear us having a conversation with each other in engineering, and they'd be like, you can't say that to each other. That's so racist. Oh my god. And we're like, oh god, here we go. Here we fucking go. What did Skyfriend have to say? That's not terribly helpful. I couldn't care less how much he misses his favorite bar wench. But what was that about a man named Mimi Doa? It's probably a Lalafell. Wait, I know that name. That's that bastard who grabbed my ass the other day at the... Oh my god, imagine getting your ass gripped on by a fucking child. Hey, baby! And I bet he had to get on his tiptoes to do it. Well, if you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. But I was doing it for you. Bitch, I didn't ask you to do this. What do you mean for the Lalafels? You were doing it for the Lalafels? Just mild sexual harassment here. Nothing too serious. And see, she made the responsible choice and got the fuck away from him. Another initiator, are you? No, then what are you? Speak up, son. I can't hear you. I believe you tried to insert your fingers inside a woman. Bugger me, is this what I think it is? Nah, couldn't be. I found this, you say. Where do you say you found it? Skyfrin, you say, was hoping to have a word with the lad, but it sounds like there's naught left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up Pharaoh Sirius. He was. Company sent me to supervise a lot of them. Weren't getting work done on their own. See, half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them vanished. What's that? You be looking for passage to the Isles of Umbra. Why didn't you say so? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of old Mimidoa. Tell him how the land lies. Ain't nobody been interested till you came a-calling. Whole ports up in arms, bout spirits and so forth. If I had a gill, I'd hire some sellswords and let him sort it out. But you'll do in a pinch, you will. Show this parchment to the skipper and he'll see you back. Okay, great. Great, go talk to another person. Right. Where's other person I now have to speak to? Oh, it's just go back. What do you call an African child on a minefield? Lucky. It's gonna be over soon. Guilders 2 was your last... what was your last favorite class in Raceline story besides the Asura? I think I preferred the Norn class storylines, and I did enjoy Ranger. I enjoyed Necromancer, though I tried it on my alt account, not on my main account. And I did enjoy Engineer as well. It's hard to choose between them. Wait, no, this is Captain Useless. There she is. AIDS and spray. It's like, what do you call, what happens when you hit an Ethiopian child in the face with a frying pan? You kill 1,000 flies. I went to a restaurant to try Ethiopian food out. They handed me an empty plate and said, enjoy. So you went and had a word with Mimidoa. I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste amounted to something. Yeah, definitely wasting time here. You mean that disgusting creature was Skyfin superior? I find that hard to believe, but this writ of passage does appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it is a relief to work with such an industrious man as you. I look forward to hearing of the discoveries you will make on the Isles of Umbra without me. Because of course you're not coming with me. I might grab your ass. Fine, I failed to see the justification for dragging me along on your journey, but if you insist, I will go as well. Okay, we are gonna grab your ass. But 12 as my witness, if you leave me behind to be devoured by some horrible abomination, I shall come back to haunt you. Great. 26 left. I need to play the story of Guild Wars 2 again. I don't remember shit. Well, you're going to play the story again and you're still not going to remember shit because you're going to fall into a coma. It's so fucking bland. Core gameplay is fucking terrible. I'm glad that they're updating it. Talk about racism. ANET is calling Guild Wars 3 racist species. You know, color me unsurprised. Color me unsurprised. What is a Palestinian girl doing on a swing? Annoying the Israeli sniper. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before. That one's fucking fantastic. It's like, what do you call the Palestinian kids in a Palestinian hospital if you're Jewish? Target practice. There's so many of them. Fuck, that's fantastic. I love racist jokes, by the way. They're so good. It's like, how do you know Jews are cheap? The moment they're born, they immediately take 10% off a part of their body. How do you put a Jew in a dilemma? Sell him pork at half price. Now, that's where the jokes have to stop. Because, particularly when you're going down that line of things, because you don't want to start joking about the Muslims, right? Because they might just blow up on you. How do you fit 10 Jews in a car? No, you've got that one wrong. It's how do you fit 6 million Jews in the car? It's 2 in the front, 2 in the back, the other 6 million in the ashtray. Take me to the Isles of Umbra, he bids. As if it's as simple as, oh, I see you got a writ of passes. All right then, climb aboard. I'm torn as if, if my live stream playthrough, if I'm going to allow myself to buy anything from the auction board, just to craft it all out. Comes down to, I think, what do you think is going to be most interesting, what's going to cause you to have the most enjoyment, or whether you're going to do it a challenge style. This doesn't seem bad at all. Oh shit, she was still speaking. Ah, well, it's a woman, it doesn't matter. You've harvested corrupted crystals before, right? So this isn't though you require my assistance. Speak to the man guarding the gate. I'm sure he'll let you in. Now, if you would please excuse me. She's gonna run the fuck away. Cool. Is this a new area? Or have I been here before? I don't think I've been here before. Oh, David, one of the people. One of God's chosen people, finally. As an Israeli agent, Netanyahu as my check, I'm so glad to see representation in this game. Beg your pardon, sir, but how did you come here? Access to this island is currently restricted. Here, have some pot. It'll make you feel better. An old pot. I'm not sure if I follow. Oh, I see. You wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. Sorry, friend, but you may have to return empty-handed. Where's Goliath, do you suppose? The Rootmaster Mimidoa gave you may grant you access to the island, but only authorized personnel may proceed past this point. Why do you ask? Look up and see for yourself. When that giant mass of crystal struck the lighthouse, it caused severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within that once powered the beacon. Contrary to what the small folk would have you believe, the fires of Pharaoh Sirius were not the product of a major thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumors of The Walking Dead drove off our entire crew. Not that those rumors are incorrect. I've observed the fiends from a distance at the ship graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal. You help me unravel this Once more, we are pushed down a fucking side quest. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies your requirements. As for where to begin your inquiries into the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship graveyard. I'd be surprised if they knew nothing of the undead infestation, so it might behoove you to question them. Great. Go talk to more people. It's the same fucking pattern over and over again. I haven't done this dungeon, so weird it's optional. Yeah, it's very strange. I would expect this dungeon to be mandatory. It's all theirs for the taking, 5 bleeding years worth of wrecks and their cargo, but those queer dead, I didn't know the dead were gay. That voice, actually the voice was quite nice. Okay, you saw him too, right? Dead people just shambling about without a care in the world, except when they do seem to care, that is, and start shuffling towards the water. Guards, that voice, that single fleeting verse, I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend. It took every ounce of my strength to resist. Sounds like I gotta go near the shore. AR continues to be rough. You're level 45 and you think you'd be done with fetch quests, but not. No, like I would think that the world would open up by now, and this bottleneck is so fucking long. Good God. This talk of an alluring voice is disturbingly familiar, as if, but that's impossible. They're all dead, aren't they? That's going to be the core central problem of everyone's life in society. There's going to be a woman trapping all these men. I can feel it already. It could be fun, but it would depend. Would I allow for donation of crafting materials from other players? You could do it several different ways, right? You could do it as a, you get to a certain point where you have like checkpoints, where when you get to that checkpoint, you're allowed to take a limited amount of materials from a person before you have to move on. That way you could get people to interact with you and stuff as well, and they can like feel involved, because like the best part of streaming is involving other people. Hands down. That's the most fun part. You could do it as a flat challenge where you take no people trading things to you. You could also go deep, balls deep into the crafting kind of stuff. Right? Ignore that component of the challenge. Interact with people as much as possible. Have a good time with it. And just do whatever the fuck you want. Honestly, there's a million different ways you can go with it. And this is off the top of my head. I'm not even thinking about it, really. Ah, a woman. But if they have returned, that would mean, oh, beg your pardon, I was just thinking about something. Which reminds me, I received word that Master Mimidoa would be arriving at any moment. Apparently, he grew tired of waiting for the lanky young lad with the 1,000-yom stare to return, which I'm assuming is you. I don't know what sort of arrangement you had, but you should probably go and explain yourself. And off we go once more. To Captain Ass Grab. What's been keeping you? I ain't getting any younger. Some honey-voiced harlot's been calling out to folk what wandered near the ship graveyard, and it stirred up the dead. Bloody hells, this takes me back to my days as a cannon boy sailing under Old Mistbeard. But they wouldn't dare, would they? Not after the lesson we learned last time. They bloody would, though. Wouldn't they? Fuck the pirate speak. God damn it. Some folks said at the first purge wouldn't be the last, but I knew deep down in my bones as this day would come, and it's come. I'd bet me bum here. Okay, thank God. A siren's behind all this. Nay, not one of the sanguine variety, initiate. I speak of the other kind, them or what's got feathers and lure say, okay, a harpy. But it don't end there. No, drowning just the start. No, drowning's just the start. See, even in death, a man stays bound to the beast, forced to do a bidding till the corpse can't do it no more. 'Tis a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, except maybe in drink, and I'd regret it after. Any road, it is up to us to stop this hellsborn hussy afore she takes another soul. Of course, we can't send you marching off to war without these. The siren don't have no power over manners, can't hear her songs. Lucky for you, I carry a spare pair, and lucky for both of us, I'm a superstitious sod. Well, she ain't coming to us, so we'd best head over to her to the ship graveyard initiate. Okay, great. Do we at least get some combat now? Please, God, give me some combat. Something. Anything but talking to more people. I beg of you. Might I just get a crumb of combat, sir? Oh, fuck. Ugh. You know, I should call her. Right, is this thing gonna chase me all the way over here? Or am I good? No, I'm good. If she passes near the shore, she's sure to spy the campfire and come looking. Just a matter of waiting now. Great, touch the campfire. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, fuck out of here. I'm gonna have a rusk while I do this. Because why not? Listen to that crunch. That's how you know it's good. Engage in combat. Really difficult. No, I'm not talking about random combat, Green Sky Wizard. I'm talking about combat within the main story questline. If I wanted to kill random mobs and pretend I was doing something, I'd go play World of Warcraft. Okay, let's try that again. Duty calls commence. Okay. That was an unnecessary cutscene. I'm beginning to wonder if some sly bugger ain't spun us a yarn here. Let me guess. I have to go on another side quest. Do you hear that? It's her. Look out over the water, she's come. Oh, I see we got some Warframe texture. Oh my God. Thank God for the Japanese. Woo! It's time to run into the ocean and switch sides. We're glad shoving plugs in your ears and get ready for a fight as soon as she realizes you're deaf to her ditties. I'm not deaf to her ditties at all. Those are huge ditties. She'll call on her thralls and we'll be up to our neck in corpses as you know it. How do I join your faction? Embrace mine everything all. Okay. Oh wait, I'm supposed to use something here, aren't I? True love spurned, cruelty's reward. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, I don't even get to fight her. I just have to stand here and fucking beat the shit out of mobs. Okay. Wild Scourge versus Warcraft 2 orcs. Do you mean Warcraft 3 Scourge? The Scourge don't really play that much of a factor inside of World of Warcraft. They were kind of like sidelined to the whole idea of the entire threat is Arthas and not the undead. Warcraft 2 orcs would beat them handily though. Warcraft 2 orcs was so fucking brutal. They loved that shit. They were into it. Warcraft 3 Scourge were much more of a threat. They were very savage. They didn't pretend to be less than what they were or make them all nuanced and shit like that until they fucked up the story later. The Scourge, technically speaking, were a tool to the devils, but then again, so were the orcs. Not the devils. The, what are they called? The Burning Legion. So they share a lot of similarities. I think the one advantage that the Scourge had is that every time someone died, they could just raise them on their side. So it's probably in a In a flat-out fight, one-on-one, the orcs win. But if you're gonna take it from an endurance battle perspective, the Scourge win. It really depends on how the fight's set up. I see it going either way. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it that way. What's that note? No, bring that note back. I don't know what that was. Does this do something if I stand on these? Am I supposed to avoid those? What am I supposed to do here? Is that doing damage to me? Oh, there we go. Okay, there's some advancement happening here. Seems to hurt you. Yeah, I noticed some damage there, but it doesn't seem to do much. Seems to be very low tier damage. Oh, there we go. That's the person I'm supposed to be after. Always target the healer. I learned my lesson from that other quest. Don't fucking ignore the extra mobs. I'm a tank, that's true. I am playing the best class. Yeah, that just does damage by the looks of it. Oh, we don't even get to fight her? Is it just... I suppose I'll kill this one just so he stops being annoying. Come on, I've got a quest giver to talk to and 700 other people that need my counsel, apparently. Okay, child. Am I alright? I'm better than that initiate. Happy as a sailor. In a whorehouse I am. Of course I'd be happy as a sailor with 2 what's-its if we'd gutted the songstress, but you can't have everything, can you? She'll not come crooning round here again, though not for a while any road. And if she does, well, we know what to do, don't we? Thanks for the help, bugger me. No thank you. I've clean forgot your name. Remind me. Don't recall having no initiate by that name. But if you're not my old mate, what's her name? Why you been so bloody helpful? Never mind that, be seeing you. Why does this part of the main story questline exist? Why does this exist? It's got no purpose for being here, except just extending out the main story questline as much as possible. What crackhead decided that this was a good thing to push people past? Sailor in a whorehouse, you'd never see that dialogue in WoW. Not in modern WoW, no. If you actually read some of the dialogue in WoW Vanilla back in the day, I keep going back to this example because it's the most common one. But there was a lot of fucked up shit in the books and the story and stuff. Like Stalvin Mistmantle. I was hired as a tutor for this young child. God damn, I want to bang her. It just straight up says that in the book. It's supposed to bridge a gap in levels. It's bridging a gap in my fucking brain. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, but there's so many more intelligent ways to design your questing and your main story questline, and the amount of XP that you're giving to players over a given point in time to not drag this out so that everything feels like a fucking side quest. There's so much more they could have done with this. And they just did none of it. They did none of the adjustments here, and they just dumped this on you. Like, it makes me understand why Final Fantasy players are like, ARR is the filter. And at the same time, it makes me understand why WoW players who switch over to Final Fantasy fucking love it. Because you don't get any of this at all in WoW anymore. You mean it was a siren? But how were you able to resist the song? I had heard that Master Mimido was involved in the first purge, but I never actually, Having survived an ordeal like that, I can't blame him for carrying earplugs around with him. Anyway, I have something for you, the corrupted crystal you wanted safely sealed within this pot. Just as you requested, please take it with my compliments. The quests themselves are fine, if a little bit long and ad nauseum. But the overall design is just the same thing over and over again. This is what happens when you don't bully scientist nerds and force them to give you crystals. Yeah, if I could just break some legs and get those crystals, I would. It was supposed to take you into a dungeon where you go and get the crystal you needed, but they made it optional. That's dumb as fuck. They should have taken me into the dungeon. They should have made me do the dungeon so that I can slap around that siren's titties and carry on going. That's the worst part of the game to cut. The dungeons are the fucking greatest thing that I've seen so far. Oh, it's you. Welcome back. You're looking remarkably hale. I must say, and more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? I think. Ah, the conquering hero returns bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive, very impressive indeed. Yes, I think you'll be quite pleased with this specimen. Congratulations. Seldom if I ever have encountered a corrupted crystal composed of such a volatile overabundance of fire aspected aether. What, you wanted a corrupted crystal of ice aspected aether to counteract the effects of a raging wind? Well, this specimen won't help you there. Anyone who knows anything about the elements could tell you that. You'll just have to keep looking, I suppose. Oh my god. It's not often that I think about opening my wrists live on stream, taking a pen, puncturing my stomach, and drinking my own hydrochloric acid in order to relieve the pain. But every now and then it does hit me. Of course this wasn't the right crystal. We're gonna need a fucking wind one, an ice one, a thunder one, an earth one, a Jeffrey Epstein one, and then maybe we'll find the right crystal. Don't fret, I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal comprised of ice aspected aether. An associate of mine in Gridania has been studying the effects of one such crystal on living beings. What's with that expression? I thought you would be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild dodo chase, I assure you. And what's even better is that this time you needn't use that warded part of yours to protect yourself from this crystal's energies. Hayden's findings suggest that it's quite safe. Why, you ask? Well, let's just say it has undergone a unique process that has rendered such precautions unnecessary. Anyway, do not let me keep you. It has been a pleasure. Come back and see me sometime. I'll drown you. You know, this woman needs some lefts with all her rights. It's like the princesses in Another Castle times 10. Yes, that's the entire ethos behind this kind of gameplay design. What a miss. What a dodge. For everything else it does right, they do this to you. At least every now and then, Final Fantasy does reward you with something. Like a dungeon. Or some advancement in the story, or another collection of one of those anal beads. Right now it's just fucking me around. It's because of the absolute quantity of quests that this game requires you to lock in and not get distracted. Yeah, that's complete antithesis to who I am. Have I touched this butt plug? I have not. There we go. Now he's going to tell me about the not ice crystal again. Greetings and salutations. I presume Sana informed me of your adventures in Aleport. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding, though Professor Taint is fond of saying no action taken in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. To the matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could be found in abundance at the standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case, and while there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within the 12's precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say. Permit me to explain. You are familiar with the Spriggans, yes? The furry little rascals that are wont to seek out ores and other stones. Well, one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in the 12's. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest, assuming they can even be digested, and I am reasonably confident that one still resides in his gut. It's quite fascinating, really. My theory is that this Giggity really first consumed a corrupted crystal when you couldn't care less about all of this, could you? Yes, I couldn't. To the point, then, Giggity seldom makes his presence felt unless there's particularly fine fodder to be had. Therefore, we shall require a lure, and I have precisely the sort of... Okay, great. Great, another side quest. Simply place this true heart. I shall save the story of the origin of its unusual name for another occasion, outside of the Spriggan's lair, and wait for the opportune moment to pounce. As for the method by which you retrieve the crystal from his gut, I shall leave that... Yeah, I'm just going to put my hand up its ass. I don't have time to wait. It's time for impromptu proctology. So I have to head in that direction. Time to catch Glenn Quagmire. All I need to do is show up in a thong. Was the Titan fight cool at least? The Titan fight was nice. He looked like a dumbass, and I was laughing my way all the way through it. But it was nice. Did I go the wrong way? Of course I went the wrong way. But that's what I'm talking about, right? Every now and then, Final Fantasy does something that's cool and interesting and fun and visually exceptional, and then it puts you back down in the fucking dirt. Doing all of this all over again, just chasing side quests non-stop. Not side quest, you killing him will get you the crystal you need. Getting the crystal is a side quest. This entire thing is the side quest. That's the problem. Because Twink Elf and his big boyfriend decided that they're going to take forever with the skyboat. So they gave me another side quest. What, can I not? Is that not where I'm supposed to go? Have these guys just fucked me over again? Ah, fuck it, I'm going here. God damn it. It's just fucking me about now. I failed that fight 5 times because my Dragoon keeps backflipping off the arena. Maybe you should have played a better job. Maybe you should have had a better job. It's like Andy Pans Gaming said, just get a job. Right, now where is that stupid fucking crystal? It's to the north. At least after you finish the base AR, you'll have a shit ton of level 50 dungeons and level 5 trials to play. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I'm almost at level 50. I'm at like, what, 45 right now? That's 5 levels away, but I get the feeling that the quests that I'm doing are somewhere closer to level 40 or level 38. And I'm over-leveled for most of the stuff. The hell am I supposed to go here? Okay, so it's not down here in this basin because I'm not getting anywhere that way. Fuck me, I'm so lost right now. Damn it! Okay. If I'm here, north, and then west. Let's try that again. The fuck are you doing? Getting lost. Getting completely fucking lost. Last I looked, it was 42 or 43. But at least that's closer to my current level. Okay, north, and then west. Like I'm Kanye's daughter. I suppose I have to go up the weird tree branch. Yeah, I know I'm missing the traits from the warrior thing. I'll go back and do those quests at level 50. Tell Selran to give you a ride. Obviously, the forest is too difficult for you. No, I've got to figure it out. I've got to figure it out. I've got to see, what does the new player go through to experience the world of Final Fantasy XIV before he finds himself an online girlfriend who it turns out to be a fat hairy trucker who's picking lint out of his belly button while he ERPs with you. Tell me about how you whipped your cock out again. I liked that part of the story. Send me a picture, my little princess. Okay, so it has to be down here. Do you have this on Steam or standalone client? Standalone client. Because I'm cheap and cheerful and not paying a goddamn cent to experience the suffering. Okay, destination. Use. Why is it that the black bunnies are aggressive? What did the Japanese mean by this? Come over here. There we go. That was the most disgusting thing I've seen today. What was? Pretending to dig in my belly button and flick some lint out. You actually aren't far till you get post-AR questline. I want to know where AR ends. I want to see the end of this. I want to get to the end of A Realm Reborn, bare minimum at least. It's always the dark ones that are aggressive, and it causes problems, isn't it, huh? $22 quests. Okay, that's not that far away. 22 quests and 53,000 sub-quests, right? Oh, that's right. Now I have to go back to Hayden. Running around here does nothing for me. die of old age, probably. Or suicide. One of the two. Right. We go up this way. We take a right. We use the sprint button unnecessarily. Please tell me you've seen the Space King animations. Yes. They're perfect. They're canon to the Warhammer universe as far as I'm aware. They're perfect. There's no difference between watching that and watching a 2-hour podcast of 2 to 3 guys talking about Warhammer ad nauseum forever while you do something else. They even had the holy globules in them. Okay, Aiden. What else you got for me? Pray do not sneak up on me like that. I'm engrossed in... Wait, what is that? What in the gods is that god-awful smell? So I hang around a character that's darker than me, and he's asking about smell now. My word, that is breathtakingly beautiful crystal. I see my supposition was not mistaken. And I also see you weren't averse to digging through the Spriggan's entrails for your prize. We owe our furry friend a debt of gratitude, you know. This thick coating of digestive juices is protecting us from the harmful effects of the crystal, just as the watered pot you once used it. Why so glum? You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you sought, one overflowing with earth aspected aether. Calm down, I jest. For Jesus Christ. I was about to fucking lose it. It is compromised of ice aspected aether. Worry not. I suppose that joke was in poor taste considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. I never played 14, but whenever I see you play this game, I think to myself, why would anyone play this game when Guild Wars 2 and ESO exist? Well, you'd play Final Fantasy instead of ESO because you're looking for something that is more RPG element based rather than ESO, which seems to be more fundamental MMO run out and kill shit kind of stuff. And you'd play this over Guild Wars 2 because the ArenaNet moderation saw you type hello to someone in the general chat and decided that you were the reincarnation of Hitler, so they won't allow you to play the game anymore. That and the dog shit storyline quest that ends with Zaitan. Do we get better shoes? No, we don't. Beg your pardon, I forgot to return your crystal to you. Oh, and there was a message from Professor Taint, something about a man named Marquez. Apparently the professor misses the intellectual stimulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I have yet to ask why you needed the crystal. You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? Would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. Perhaps it's best I remain ignorant. I didn't become the professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. Cool. Back to the skyboat. Aren't they fixing that quest? With the way that Guild Wars 2 behaves, I don't know if they're gonna fix it or make it worse at this point in time. Holy shit, Humblebee, thank you very much for the gifted memberships. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. See, now I'm feeling that fucking anxiety I was talking about earlier. Man, that makes me feel odd when people do that. But I appreciate it. Thank you. You're helping me pay my bills. I should be more of a leech, to be honest. I should be yelling at you guys that you're not donating enough and that you should go get a job if you can't donate. I appreciate it, man. When are you going to do your demon time? Well, you see, the thing is, I'm not on 25,000 peptides and steroids. I'm not allergic to plushies. I'm also not hyper obsessed with Asian women the way that he is. Oh man, the Mizkif situation is so fucking funny. She threw a plushie at me. I'm taking you to court. Oh man, what a bitch move. Someone said something mean, so I'm gonna sue you now. Because of the worst parts of Final Fantasy AR and now Dawn Trail 2, after that it only gets better. Final Fantasy 14 story is very good and the battle content is some of the best in any MMO. Look, there's got to be a reason why people stick around in this game and love it so much, and it's basically the second biggest MMORPG in existence. There has to be a reason, right? I'm just not there yet to understand that reason fully. I frequently type shit in Guild Wars 2 that would be bannable offense in CSGO. Janet just hates you at... Oh, wait, sorry, excuse me. You're right, thank you for the correction, Carol. The simple fact is that ArenaNet moderation is completely uninterested in moderating the game. They like to go after people who are doing things off-platform that they don't like. Thank you for the correction. I forgot. They're on a crusade against anyone who does something out of game. And they've done this to multiple people. And then they had the gall to say that they don't do bans for out-of-game behavior. Greetings, sir. Do you wish to proceed to your vessel? Yes, take me there. Mizkif also paid for ads on Asmon to call him a liar. He also paid for ads on Asmon to call him a liar and Emmy an evil bitch. Oh, man. That's pathetic. Yeah, fuck it, why not? That's really fucking pathetic. Holy shit. Yeah, imagine you've got so much spite in you that you're spending money on ad space. Can you imagine how strange that would be? Not getting an ad for like a car or a product. You just see that fucking guy's face being like, by the way, the video that you may watch that's somewhere on YouTube, they're liars, I promise. Oh, oh man, that is the weakest behavior I've ever heard of in my life. How did he think that was gonna play out? I need to understand the mind of someone like Mizkif. How does that not just come off as being the world's biggest fucking tool? Will you have any intention of doing the AR raids after the conclusion of the main story? Absolutely. Definitely. I've been told that the raids, the social aspect, the dungeons, which I've now seen for myself, and everything else but the main story is the best part of Final Fantasy. So yes. Absolutely. All repairs and modifications have been completed. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. Right, here you go. Here's your rock. It's been in a creature's ass. Don't smell it too closely. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but this looks exactly like what we needed. Worry not, I'll see that your hard work doesn't go to waste. Tell them about the plushie assault. Mizkif to the ads, probably. Sorry, that's the most pathetic thing I could ever imagine. Like, I'm gonna give you some context of how fucking weak that is. Right, so my ex that I dated for 5 years ruined my fucking life. At the same time, while I was dating her, she was fucking 8 other dudes behind my back, bare minimum. There was probably more. She was banging 8 other dudes at the same time. She fucked up my life. I lost all my friends. I lost anyone who had ever spoken to her, turned against me because of all the lies and bullshit she told them. Not once did I ever think to myself, let me go and spend money online to ruin her reputation. The only thing I thought when I discovered all of this was, holy shit, I need to get tested now. But how was the sex? Terrible. It was like fucking a tranquilized mattress. It was miserable. It's the worst sex I've ever had in my... I got to a point in that relationship where I preferred jerking off. Your ex and Miz would be a perfect couple. Oh. If that happened by some miracle, I would have such a great time just enjoying the fireworks, because those two spiteful, manipulative people going at each other non-fucking stop would be the funniest shit in the world. Miskiff really doesn't want to go and have to put fries in the bag. He's doing absolutely everything he can, but you know what? I think, as far as I'm aware, haven't his numbers like dramatically fallen off? Or does he still have the numbers? Then again, I suppose he's view barring the same as any large streamer is out there, so it doesn't really matter. Sponsors are too fucking retarded to realize what people are doing. And yeah, the sex was terrible, Banatu. You know how you could tell the sex was terrible? But I started dating my now wife. When we finally got to that point, and we banged, I was so pent up and frustrated. 13 times. 13 times in one day. I did damage to myself. My lower back has never gotten such a workout ever in my life. The Enterprise is already more than a common airship, but mark my words, soon it will become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Sorry to hear that. When the relationship is bad, only thing that holds it is sex. Yeah, the sex was fucking terrible as well. It was miserable. But I kept on holding on hope because I kept on believing, no, I'm nothing without this person. Okay, with SIDS modifications now installed, the Enterprise is finally ready to make the journey to the Howling Eye. According to my tests, this device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, tests can only tell one so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure that this will work. I think it only fair to tell you that there's a small but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive, mayhap it's better that we may remain positive. I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship, for trusting me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me rediscover a part of myself I'd forgotten. I am not the man I once was, and I do not know if I ever shall be, but I do know one thing: this feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but well, you understand. Yeah, we might die. Might be dead.
There. She's ready.
Oh, finally some voice acting.
Ah, she stirs.
Twink, you can shut up. No. Oh, okay. They're fucking. Grandpa's banging the kid. Put him on the list. Watch list time.
To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
Finally some skyboat shit. We're gonna get some cool stuff now. The ship design reminds me of that one anime called Nausicaa, now that I look at it. No, what the no, get the fuck out of here.
Damn it.
Oh fuck, he's got a butthole on his head.
I
I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
I didn't realize he was a high caste Indian. My bad. I thought he was Japanese. Oh, schizophrenic episode time.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles?
He's Ghanaian. The bad guys are a separate race that has a third eye. So he's a Ghanaian. He's a bad guy. Oh, this is Grandpa when he was a twink.
Ah, yes. I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days. The young prodigy, admired by all. Exactly like his father.
I swear to God, if I had no context, I would think that this was just a woman who was flat as a breadboard. He's one of the good ones. Ah, you're all right. You can stay. You can stay in the Japanese ethno state.
It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same?
Phrases like fancy myself should be illegal.
Father.
Well, I mean, he's grown up to be a grizzly man. He's grown up to be a grizzly man, railing down on an elf twink. I think it fits his character quite well. He's telling you how fabulous he is. He wanted to rub his third eye against his father's third eye.
When did Meteor become your everything and your loved ones cease to matter?
This is the drivel that filtered me. No, I can get it. Red Power Ranger, finally. Wait, no, this is the Black Power Ranger. I confused them.
You abandoned us all, but he was there for me, Father.
Wait, your dad's the Black Power Ranger?
Not. Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man with an all-consuming obsession.
That's a cool world map. Oh, his dad is a scientist that was brainwashed by Dullam. Okay. So that was like his stepdaddy.
So I ran, left the Empire behind, and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks.
No, the Black Power Ranger is his father's replacement figure. Okay, yeah. So is his stepdaddy. So we're not quite at the Japanese levels of incest yet. We're still just... Yeah, you know, they're still butt pirates of the sky. That's how he sees me? Damn, homie. The gay is rubbing off on my character. Who asked this guy for his backstory? Apparently, the Final Fantasy devs did.
Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles. Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them. I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose.
Are you playing a game or watching an anime porn? I don't think there's a difference. It's Final Fantasy. Also, you never told me, Wojciech, which one do you prefer? Do you prefer to get your unpainted miniatures delivered so you can find someone with the professional skill in the US to do the painting? Or would you want me to paint them myself? The problem with painting them myself is that I have to then go get miniature paint and shit like that. Because effectively, this version right here is... Whoops, wrong one. This version right here, I did as a mock-up in spray paint. Because I don't own miniature paint. And they overcharge you for that shit drastically. And the only version of miniature painting that I can do is slap chop. That's the only version I can do. That's it.
I wanted to prove.
Emailed you the answer. Okay, I haven't seen it.
And it all began that day when I found my new home. I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. That light. It was you, wasn't it?
So now we're a time traveler. We're just a fucking time traveler for some reason. This is terribly shitty, but still better than the story of a retarded dragon kidnapped as an egg by a lesbian tree. I'll grant you that, Edward, yes. I will grant you that. It does outperform the retarded shit you see in Guild Wars 2. I feel like painting them yourself is the only fun you get to do with the money. Maybe it's fun for you when it comes to painting minis, but I have zero talent and skill when it comes to painting whatsoever, so my painting capabilities are highly limited. Some would even say complete dog shit.
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye.
Oh, I want you to look into my third eye.
Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess. The Enterprise was made for this, to carry Eorzea's protectors into battle.
Yeah, I've watched the AR trailer. I have watched it.
I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Yeah. It's the only woman in my life.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Alfinord, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden. I remember everything.
Getting them painted by you is not a plus at all. Why even offer that? Here's why, Bestia. I'll just quickly do this right here. Let me explain this. So, shipping to the US. This is what I've discovered when I ship to the US, right? So, there's the price of the mini itself that you have to pay for, and I've kept that as low as possible. There's the price of shipping to other countries, right, which is more expensive than what I'm selling the actual miniature for, right? Then the mini comes raw. It comes with some lore, some backstory, some stats, all of that shit. Now, if you want the painted version of the mini, you need to go find someone who can do miniature painting at a higher rate. Now, when I looked this up, when I contacted some people who do miniature painting professionally and stuff, mini I'm selling, it's like maybe $35. It's probably less. I can't remember off the top of my head. Shipping is like $40. or $45, I believe. It was somewhere about $10 higher than the actual thing. I then went... No, these numbers are wrong. These are too low, but you get the point, right? I then went and found the cost of packaging, right? Which is, I don't know, about another $20 or so. Then, if I ship them like this to the US, right? They get to the other side of the US and you have to pay $40 on the other end for import cost. If this step went first and then you went here, looking up the prices of what these people are charging, you're looking at between $500 and $400. Now, I went online, I found the right paints, I found the proper shit to do, I found someone who's willing to teach me how to do miniature painting correctly without fucking it up. Like, actually sit with me and teach me how to do that. And instead of that, it would make it $250. Okay, Pirate Software. No, he's dead. He's back working at Blizzard. Now, if I have to pick between selling one of these prices, I'm picking this one. Because this just seems unfucking reasonable as fuck. That's why. Paint is always associated with to the ferret fucker. Well, too bad. I'm reclaiming it. He's got to go back to Blizzard.
My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything. Come. It would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
Oh, we didn't even get to see us go through the whatever etheric thing. We just there. We're just there now and we're fine. God damn it, they built that up for nothing. Yeah, I want to bang that bird lady. You're goddamn right I do. Did you see the tits on her? How many Lolophiles have I killed? Not enough. All our efforts, all our travels, all of it was for this. Make ready for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. Okay. Is this a dungeon? This is a dungeon. That's why you put me in a group. I understand now. A trial. Okay, kind of the same thing. I take trials and dungeons as the same thing. It's an instant piece of content where you go into something and kill something else. It's the same thing as a dungeon. They just gave it a different name because it's shorter and it's not like a full run through an area. You can fight Garuda in Final Fantasy 15. So we didn't win. Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Oh, look, it's and your insolence shall not go unpunished. 12th Preserve, she's huge. Yeah, she is. I bet you feeling some envy. As I live and breathe. Oh, it's her mixed race children. Over there, look. Oh, it's the previous simps who came before me. Amalja and Kobold prisoners, but why would the Ixal bring them here? Wherefore come you hither, foolish mortals? We come to put an end to your reign of terror. Hear you this blasphemy, my children. These landwalkers would bring me low. Rate by day is fuck tomorrow. Why? Would touching the titty covers in the feathers feel somewhat like touching a hairy titty? That just makes it better. You get to taste some titty and floss your teeth at the same time. That's called efficiency. You who are bound to crawl upon the earth should revere me, for I am the wind. Did we not take to the skies and slip your defenses? We are bound by nothing, Garuda. You think your playthings give you strength. Look at that hip to waist ratio. God damn. They will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though you may, I shall slake the roots with your blood and festoon the canopy. Jesus Christ, Shakespeare, calm down. Got a meeting with a fake-ass bitch about my mental health who treats me like an idiot. Maybe you should act like a crazy person enough and then pretend you never did it. So that then you can convince her she's schizophrenic instead. Fight back. I'm not working tomorrow, which means that you're not streaming. The curse is real. Yeah, it's all your fault, Banks. Slay the unfeathered ones, we shall. As an offering to Garuda, they will serve. Someone needs to send you a camera that's more fucked than that one. As another angle. I think so. Leave Ixel to us. We will keep them distracted while you deal with her. Do not fail. Remember, you fight for the Scions. Okay, that music hits hard. That music's fucking sick. That's how you start a fucking song to a boss fight. That's sick as fuck. This worm would die by mine own hand. Come then, I shall grant you that which you seek. That's sick as fuck music. That music's perfect. Oh, that's flawless. Flawless music. God damn. Alright. Tank mode on. Didn't forget this time. I'm assuming everyone's been waiting for the last century for me to wake the fuck up. Let's hit one of these. Hit one of those. Hit one of those. Hit her with the low blow. Home gang. Jesus, she does a lot of damage. I better pay attention here. I don't know what the Storm's Path thing is. You can't stand the 7... Oh shit, we're supposed to hide behind there. Look, if you don't like it, that's perfectly fine, Wojciech. You live your life. You gotta do what's right for you. I don't blame you. I do like the music. I like the presentation of this. It feels like they could have done a better job with a lot of stuff here, though. Like, these moments are so fucking good, and then the rest of it is so dull. Are we supposed to collect the feathers or stay away from them? Okay, stay away from them. Okay, now we've got to hide behind something, probably. Do we have to hide behind something? No. She was my favorite primal in AR. She's fucking great. Her design is fantastic. Perfect hip to waist ratio. Okay, so now we hide behind rocks. Nearly died in that first one because I didn't understand that. Okay, gotta hit some panic buttons. Not sure what I'm supposed to do there. I imagine with a group that doesn't know what the fuck's going on, this is a lot harder. You fail it a few times, probably. She back? And I'm guessing this is a DPS race. No, someone interrupted. What? Am I gonna die? No. No, I thought I was gonna die there. No, okay, now lie down. The body's still warm. Lie down. We can preserve her. Great view. I still don't know what her face looks like. No, this is fairly easy. It's the end game content that gets hard. How in the hells? I'm sure that I'm gonna have to look up YouTube videos for the tactics behind those so I don't look like a fucking idiot. This is my realm. You have no hope here. None. Did you truly believe you could defy a god, Landwalkers? Give me a rear view of that thong. Okay, what the hell is she doing now? My power is limitless, my children legion, and they have rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. Their gifts sustain me, their faith empowers me. That thing lays eggs, that hole ain't proper to enjoy. What are you talking about? Sex and an omelet breakfast? It's like you've never lived in heaven before. None save my children will escape the reckoning mortals, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. Then all shall worship none but me, the one true God. Of course, worship, so long as the Ixtal keep praying, she will never fall. Then let's stop them. They're running off to be atheists. Ugh. No harm will come to you, my children. This is only the beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment, the desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine. Oh, look at that rear view. Perfect thong placement. You, Landwalker, you who dared to raise your hand against me, you shall be the first to pray for your sins, not with your death, but with your life. You will serve me, Landwalker, to your last breath. No, I claimed you. You should be mine. She's a creation of magic fuel by crystals as long as she has sufficient source of crystals. So, because people keep on praying to her, so basically the way to defeat this boss is to hop on Reddit and turn everyone else into an atheist. That's what I'm learning. Actually, if God was real... Oh, there's the anal bead. I think that's the last one. Okay, another schizophrenic episode. Yeah, that is the last one. I was expecting another phase. So was I, actually. I was like, oh shit, there's a phase 2. That was a little bit of a letdown. What are you? What have you done to me? I pulled out the anal beads like I was starting a lawnmower, lady. No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. I could have sworn you get to the last one later. Maybe they changed it. Huh. Huh. No. You've got one of those fucking cheap cameras you can buy online. Jesus is the most Japanese game. Long live Demura, of course. Of course. Just for him. There it is. Oh, damn, she broke the combo. There's a hard and extreme mode too. I bet there is. That boss was way too short for that to be the only thing that this game allows you to do. There's probably another oh, look, another cutscene.
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
Okay, so she's still alive.
We've done it.
Ah! Impossible it is!
Kill you all! Is that all? Oh, Lady of the Vortex.
Oh, it's Black Power Ranger.
Oh, mighty Garuda. Of all primals, the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country, I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day?
This is the most 90s Power Ranger vibe story that I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I shall accomplish far more.
Oh, nice. Wrist-mounted cannon. As if he couldn't get any cooler.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you!
Wish you'd touch me.
Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
I hope so.
Lord of the Inferno Almighty, brought us succor in our hour of need.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags. It hurts us so. The pain.
Sorry, bud. They're dead.
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to.
Oh shit, she brought them back. Every time I see that retard's face.
No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
Did you not expect a Power Ranger vibe from an armored guy in a Japanese game? No, I kind of did.
Yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
For all the fighting she's done, her lipstick is still not messed up.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire.
Is it Pokemon battles now? Or more Digimon? Megazord time. So he just disenchants them.
It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
No! No! No!
Excuse me, that's for later.
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful.
Oh, and then he's just standing on the side. Of course. Man, the Black Power Rangers is such a much more cool villain.
Of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
Even the villain's gotta glaze me. God damn it. This is a long-ass cutscene. Is that Bahamut holding him or Ultima? I wouldn't know.
What chance have we against such an ungodly creation? And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius Van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and Supreme Commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course. The Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius. Where in the seven hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side. For the time being, at least.
If you keep going, the main antagonist in Stormblood is even better. I hope so.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
He's not glazing you, you're just used to being constantly shat on by every story character from other games, so it feels like glazing. Maybe my perception is off.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Damn it, I kinda wish your boss fight was longer. I'm sure that, like, in hard mode and stuff, like, that's just, like, a way better fight to have than what I saw there. That was... This is what I'm talking about. Like, the problem with Final Fantasy is a lot of the combat going through the quest is side quests. They're sloppy, they're tiresome, it's the same thing ad nauseum. We made your boss fight as long as we could with debuffed gear. Yeah, I get that this is old content and people have outscaled it and they know how to deal with it and like they've done it a million times and stuff like that. That was a cool as fuck thing. What Final Fantasy has over every other MMORPG out there, beyond anything else, is presentation. Their presentation is immaculate. Hard mode is basically the normal mode, plus a few extra mechanics with extreme version. Is the old endgame version. Why is your server filled with gooners? Because they've got taste. The tits on that bird were fantastic. In the level 50 content patch stories, you get a 8-man version with proper mechanics that will make you wipe, and then if you really like them, there's the extreme modes for extra challenge. There's a setting to do things at the old synced item level in the duty finder. Maybe that would have been better. Story content is scaled for casuals. No, I get that, because they're trying to push you through the story so that you get further. Well, that was an experience I would rather not have again. Something has been troubling me. Shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage, when Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... what do you mean you could have sworn you saw? But I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of... fuck me. So, we've been given like an entire cinematic that's done this full exposition. They gave us this beautiful presentation. The music was on point. The boss looked good. It was all styled out. And then all of a sudden, now we need more exposition. This is what I mean. The presentation is exceptional.